ladies and gentlemen, back to the Overanalyst channel for the first time in several days. And look, I know, man, things have been really hectic over the past week and a half. I did not stream near as much as I would care to, and I apologize for my absence, but we're back with something a little bit different today. As you can see, I've been playing a Genshin Impact in my downtime, and as Breath of the Wild clones go, it's actually not half bad. We can maybe talk more about or stream that at some point on down the line, but really quickly, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. I suppose we don't have Re-Reckoning. Let me see. Sorry, just inputting the new title. There we are. Perfect. Spoil. Are we gonna go for 100%? We're probably gonna try, honestly. I like this game a lot. Hey MC, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for the summary of yesterday's action. It seems when you guys don't have your fish around, everything just goes to pot, you know? I do hate I couldn't make it, but thank you so much for giving me the info. So, folks, this is where we're at, okay? Last time around, we made it after a point where I just kind of gave up. Past the Entropy boss fights in the really cool futuristic zone in Crash 4. But here's the thing. I know, I did just a little bit of research. There's quite a bit more of the game left. There's the ridiculous futuristic city that was shown off in like the promo materials. Then there's one more pretty long world before the end of the game. And I thought, well, Crash isn't exactly gonna be a lot of fun if I, like, don't try to get all the boxes I can and do all of the little side platforming challenges. So what I think we're gonna do for this is the same thing we did for, the end game of Crash 3, which is we're gonna be taking little bits and pieces of Crash 4, maybe even a stage at a time. I'll be doing a lot of things off-screen, going back to get old gems or unlock outfits or preview the entranced or inverted stuff, all that good stuff. And we'll be mixing those in with other streams. Like, if I have time, later tonight, I may stream a couple hours of Ghosts of Tsushima, which will be my first experience with the game. I've heard it's kind of one of those Ubisoft open-world type games, but better, like, just executed a bit better, so I'm curious to see how that plays out. But we may, like, integrate a couple stages of Crash in there as well. You know, just a way to do it that's not stressful, that's not boring for you guys. That's what I was really concerned about with Crash, was the levels are so long and so big and really, really good. It's my favorite title in the series by a long shot. But having to go back and constantly grind levels for, one more gem, 2 more boxes, probably wouldn't be anywhere near as much fun as it was watching me try to get, like, the last couple of boxes in a stage that we could clear in, like, 2 minutes in Crash 2 and 3. But today, we're going to be diving into Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning. So a release of Reckoning, a really good action RPG released for the last console generation by, it was kind of the brainchild of professional baseball player and, I'll put it politely, eccentric, unpleasant gentleman Kurt Schilling, who managed to convince the state of Rhode Island to bankroll a game development studio, and he did hire an absolute masterclass of writers and artists. Like R.A. Salvatore was present to handle some of the writing, Todd McFarlane, who created Spawn, among other, like, really notable late 90s comic characters, did a lot of the art direction. It was a massive but extremely costly game that ended up being very good. But it was this studio's like first game, and it cost a ridiculous amount of money to produce, and it was being bankrolled by a government. And, yeah, there's no way it made anywhere near what it needed to bring in the necessary profits. So the studio that showed a lot of promise, that had a beautiful game and a beautiful franchise ahead of them, just kind of shut their doors. They couldn't make it. But with the re-release of this game, I can only hope that maybe the IP can be passed off to somebody who can do just as well with it, if not better. So full disclosure, I played a bit of this game years and years ago, borrowed a copy from a friend, and the base game had like 5 different zones, these great big, like geographically and culturally distinct areas, and I played through all of one and little tiny pieces of the second and third. There's also DLC and a brand new expansion for Re-Reckoning that include 3 new zones total, I want to say, none of which I've seen. So there's a lot we have to explore. MC says, no worries, we had good luck up till now, but we rolled a lot of 1 and 3s last game. Well, I mean, you just, my luck kind of, just rubbed off on the rest of you guys. I hate that for you, though. And it wasn't boring for me, just made me want to play. Yeah, I bet you would really enjoy Crash 4. It's a good game. It's a really good feeling game that I would recommend to anybody, but man, it is demanding. And yeah, we'll close Genshin Impact and just dive right on in here. I'm excited. I'm glad to be back with you guys. So, this game is set in a really interesting fantasy world, populated by, and heavily inspired by, like, old Western European, conventions of depicting the Fae. But all kinds of mythical creatures and kind of special phenomena. It's a beautiful game, too. If you look at the art direction and, like, kind of the style, color palettes used for environments to distinguish one from the next. It's a very visually striking game. As you can tell, it's not exactly the most eye-catching UI. Let's see. Autosave? Sure. Hide helmet? Nah. Tutorial? Sure. Lock the minimap? Yes, please. Let me know how the audio balances, by the way, once we get in here. MC says it is a wild game. It really is. I don't think anything's gonna top Mardi Gras for me, but, oh, MC says I'm not a fan of the gameplay, but it is a good game. Amalur, I assume you mean, not Crash. I actually really like the gameplay, what I remember of it. Sprites gain additional abilities in the presence of a champion. By the standards of an action RPG, a more conventional action RPG at the time, it, in my opinion, plays really well.
Have we begun to understand the mistakes we have made? We lived in harmony among the Fae, in a world awakened to new magic. Perhaps we should have foreseen what might be born on this rising tide. What force might awaken.
Look at all them suckers with their strength builds. They're about to get rolled on, you know they are.
Even the eternal and immutable Fae folk.
That'd be the Tuatha, I think. The Unseelie, the Winter Court.
Surprised us all. Singular among his people, he was all that other Fae were not. Aggressive, ambitious, visionary. He had power like none we had ever seen. Terrible and deadly.
I really dig the character and like armor designs. They're really, really nice.
Gadflow and his followers, the Tuatha Deon, believed that a new god was to be born in the east, beneath Gadflow's crystalline fortress of Amathen. In the name of that god, they marched to war against the young races of Amalur.
This game has some of the most well-developed and polished lore, especially for like faction quest lines that I'd seen at the time I played it.
Not bound by the laws of life and death. Each Tuatha fallen on the battlefield would soon rise again, for the Fae do not know death.
The Tuatha, with all of the dark armor and red crystal highlights, kind of remind me of the Red Templars from Dragon Age Inquisition. Or I should say the Red Templars remind me of them.
Armies of men and Alpha fought and died. But as our numbers dwindled, we knew that it was only a matter of time. Our fate had been written. At least, that is what we believed. Until you died.
Man, I guess I can never escape Dark Souls, huh? MC says, I'm not a fan of the gameplay, but it's a good game. Yeah, Amalur's too anchored in the gameplay of its time. It's polished, but I hate that form of gameplay. Fair dues. It's purely a matter of preference. We're gonna see how it holds up, okay? Because remember, I didn't play a ridiculous amount of it. I got through one of the 5 major areas and one of the faction quest lines that I really liked years and years ago. So maybe it hadn't held up as well as I thought it did. But I'm hoping it'll still be a really enjoyable experience. I remember liking the gameplay, so we'll see.
What do you think this one is then? Alpha? Garan? Could even be a Jotun.
Always a surprise, eh, Garan?
Eyes on the job, boy. Don't matter what it is. Dead's dead. And be thankful for that. All we've seen.
So these, morticians, I suppose, are, the game's equivalent of, technically of dwarves in, like, standard Western fantasy, but they've got kind of the build of gnomes. So here we get to choose our species. The Almain, a warlike and religious nation of storied origin, many Almain come to the Phalanx seeking freedom, while honoring the traditions of their homeland. Better at persuasion, smithing, and alchemy. Okay, so kind of if you want... Oh, MC says, oh yeah, I remember, this art made me irk. Oh, really? I actually really like the art style as it happens. It's kind of like a more polished World of Warcraft kind of look, and I don't mind that. The Varani, so kind of Nords, I suspect. Hardened by the high seas, the Varani are just as frequently pirates and mercenaries as they are shrewd merchants. They favor swords and daggers as seaworthy weapons. So, like, perception, salesmanship, and lockpicking? Nah. Oh, but now we've got the stuff I really wanted to get into. The elves. Always play an elf if you can, man. Always play, like, something that isn't human in games like this if you can. MC says, I have a lot of subjective dislike for this game, and oh yeah, I have the same issue with the Warcraft series. Again, totally fair. I can see where the art style would not be for everybody. It kind of works for me because, as you know, I'm a big fan of things that kind of pop visually with either really distinct, striking color palettes or design. The elves in this game certainly do that. I love the style of their clothes as well. MC says, but time to be objective now that I got the subjective out of the way. No worries. If you see things about this game you dislike, feel free to let us know. This is... The whole point of this channel is exploring games together, and believe me, I've been very subjectively negative about a lot of games we've played. The Yoselfar are a proud and ancient people from the frozen lands of the north. Yoselfar judge themselves fit to divine right from wrong under wind, sun, and sky, and meet an even-handed justice. So bonuses to, basically general magecraft. And the Dokalfar are renowned as sophisticated students of magic and diplomacy. While they don't shy from conflict, they prefer to resolve disputes subtly and with grace, or efficiently in silence. That sounds like me. That's the kind of character I like to play. Little stealthy, mage, good at talking to people. Let's do it. Now we get to pick a god, and I think the different people have access to different gods. So under the Dokalfar, we can be, I suppose, like... fantasy atheist. We can worship the goddess of wisdom and art to get more mana, the goddess of love and beauty to get a little bit of health and crit chance, and that doesn't sound great. Belen, the god of death, for +1 chance to critical and critical hit damage, don't need that. Little bit of mana and mana regen, or poison. We're gonna go with fate. I think additional mana regen or mana regen is kind of what we want here, because I remember, especially if you play a wizard, which I probably will, like that mana regen is the most important stat for you. Alright, what preset do we want to mess about with? Oh, they all look... Okay, that one's not bad. What phase? We need no stubble. Eye color. What do we want? Oh, you do not want to give me time to mess about in the character creator. There we go, like kind of a white or a gray. I like that. I actually really like this kind of Elder Scrolls looking dark elf tone we're going for here. The faces of these elves are way more, like, conventionally human-looking than, say, the elves in the Elder Scrolls series or a lot of other popular fantasy series at the time, though that may honestly just be an issue of how realistic they could get their character models back then. Okay, what shade of hair do we want? Definitely not anything kind of warm, like a red or a brown. I could go just straight black, but I kind of like this one. Like almost a salt and pepper looking thing. Slightly off-white? Yeah, I like that. And now a hairstyle. Oh man. As the son of a cosmetologist, a professional stylist, I can get really caught up in this if I allow myself the time. Okay, we definitely don't want a mohawk. We can write that one off straight off the bat. That's a little too short. That's not too bad. Too short. Really like the part in the center there. Looks smooth and slick back. Nice. No. No. Definitely not. Generally, in fantasy games like this, I tend to go for longer hair. Actually, this ain't bad. This might be our best option. Yeah, why not? Okay. I kind of like that, actually. Now accessories. Jewelry. We can have, like, these tusks or any number of studs and things like that. Yeah, we don't need any of that. Or, like, markings. We're good. Yeah, well, maybe... Quite like that earring. Ooh, quite a few of the earrings are really nice, actually. There we are. MC says, I remember Sven selling the trait-specific dialogues in Divinity Original Sin 2, just like in The Sims 3, I often say. Oh, really? That was a thing like in the early game? I don't know, I've never played Original Sin 2. Oh, and RPGs learned a lot from The Sims. Did they? Actually, yeah, now that you mention it, I can see that influence. Sure. Okay, I think we're good. This is our cadaver.
No surprise there. Seen a lot of them. Not usually in
If I remember, the Dark Elves in this series are the subjects of a lot of discrimination and xenophobia. Kind of like the Dark Elves in Oblivion and Skyrim.
I'm just glad it's not moving. Must have been born under a lucky star, this one.
Anything else we need?
Unless you'd like to name him, I think we're done. Put him with the others.
Carwin, no, thank you. I'm actually going to go for one of many, like, apparently old Gaelic transliterations of my name, because, normally I name the character after myself. Wait, no, we'll just go with our name. Yeah, why not? I'm Brady the Dark Elf. MC says, of course The Sims is the best at character creation, because that's a main focus. I could see that. And for RPGs, the focus is split between the model and the stats. Oh, and at least in a lot of newer RPGs, it's my favorite aspect of an RPG, actually, character building using stats and, like, maybe traits of the model as a basis, right? So, like, a lot of the focus is, okay, we have all these things together, what can they tell us, or what do you, the player, want them to tell us about this character? Pillars of Eternity does that really, really, really well. Yeah, we'll go for it.
Well, that's it for you then. Better luck next time.
I know that voice, clearly. That's a very prominent voice actor. So waking up after a hell of a weekend, this is what happens when you party too hard, kids. This is a hell of a time. MC says, yeah, but then you have really, really strong, lean folks that don't show it. It's hard to attach stats to characters. It can be, yeah. Again, I think, like, the best example of a successful integration of stats into storytelling I've seen recently is probably Pillars of Eternity. I'm biased, though, because I really like that game and can't wait to dig into the second one when I have time. Okay, so here we are, down in a corpse pile. Don't worry about it, it's fine. So first off, camera's pretty sensitive. Let's see if we can't do something about that really quickly. Smoothing on a... no. There it is, it's under controls, technically. Let's try that. Yeah, that's better. That's a little bit better. So here we are. Here is Brady the Dark Elf, who we will be following for a very, very, very long time through the world of Amalur. In this pretty dope-looking natural cavern, just don't mind the giant pile of corpses. So what we can do is we can... oh, geez. Run around, we can dodge with the circle button. That's going to be important later. Press the L or R1 button to call up our objective menu. We can block by holding down the left trigger, though we can't attack yet. I don't think we need a weapon for that. And we'll find one before long, don't you worry. Disposal notes. Secrecy is still important in our work, requiring specialized disposal of our unfortunate failures. Piling remains have become a concern in the lower caverns, so an incinerator has been added to deal with the waste. This should make disposal work slightly less horrible, though you should avoid drinking water from downstream of the ash dumps. Hardly a fitting rest for the poor things, but if it's any consolation, these weren't their original bodies in the first place. Formerus Hughes. So we're an experiment of some kind, eh? Alright, I can dig it. What do you want to bet that's going to be tied to some great magic, or great ultimate destiny that we have, huh? The camera is giving me fits, I'm not entirely sure why. Sorry, I remember in the original it didn't do this. Hold on, we'll fix it. Camera smoothing. That might be it. Let's try turning that down a little, and that down a little. There we go. That's more like it. So yeah, why don't we go ahead and cremate this sucker? Better you than me. We get anything for that? Or just like a small sense of guilt? Well, he's not cremating properly, but alright, he's in there. Oh, where are we, by the way? Do we have like a map or something? Yes, we do. The Well of Souls. Ooh, nice. Oh, and this is our world map, by the way. As you can see, it's a big-ass world we have to deal with. 2 zones tied to the DLC. And each of these, look, Daelantarth, the Plains of Erethel, Deter, Cluricon, and Alabastra all have numerous smaller zones, each containing several settlements, quest lines, all of that, meaning we're going to be here for some time, which is pretty awesome, I think. And, of course, there's special zones and the like for the DLCs. Only 2 of them I can see, but I could have sworn there was a 3rd one released just for this remaster. We'll see later on. But let's make our way through the Well of Souls. First, let's grab this long sword. Oh, my god. That is a gnarly looking piece of work, isn't it? Looks not entirely like the red rust saber from Dark Souls 2. So now we can attack by pressing the square button. Fearus.
done?
Oh, we've got some more escapees, maybe? Folks who made it out?
Scatter, children of dust! Scatter before the might of the Tuatha!
Oh yeah, that is what the Tuatha sound like. They've got this really cool, distortion effect overlaid their voice. Well, now that we've got a sword, we can Zelda it up. Oh, hello, rats. Don't mind me. So the UI is not fantastic here, but it honestly doesn't have to be. The game itself is, again, still really good.
Stay away!
Okay, that Tuatha's taking his time. Alright, that's alright. I may also need to adjust brightness a little, we'll see. Carrying on. Oh, we're finding gold in things we smash. That's gonna be important later, because I'm pretty sure in this game you always need gold for something or another.
Help! Anybody!
Yep, hold on, sorry, I know we're having to adjust a lot of things, but... just to make sure we all can see, let's go ahead and turn brightness up just a little. Yeah, there we go. Somebody calling for help? That sounds like a job for somebody who did not just wake up in a pile of corpses and is trying to remember what happened to them, but I guess we can try. MCS ever played Divinity 2? I have not, actually. The only Divinity game I played was a little bit of Original Sin.
You! Up there!
And,
Please
oh.
help me!
Oh yeah, this guy is a gnome. Right.
Mortal scum! No.
Okay, let's mess up some Tuatha. Oh wow. So these are the guys that are taking over the entire world, huh? This is what we got to worry about. Now I know they said that they will return, and that is true. They will raise from the dead, but that's
Oh, thank you.
that's really troubling everyone.
If you hadn't come along,
Hello. Oh God, that is not your name.
seen you before.
No, it's
On the
not.
slab. You were
That has not aged well.
worked. By the tome it worked. You're alive.
So you'll notice on the right-hand side of the screen, or in the lower right-hand corner, we'll see a weird little icon anytime we engage someone in dialogue. Usually it represents what faction they're associated with. This, well, Mr. Insel here is, not associated with any faction or another, I don't believe, so we just see kind of that blue symbol. MC says, because that game is similar to this one in the gameplay sense. Oh, really? Nice, I might need to check into that. What happened to me?
You died. I don't know how or even where, but your body was remade in the Well of Souls, and somehow it worked. The well restored your soul.
So we're
to
some
your
kind of
body, and
homunculus
it worked. We must get you to Professor Hughes right away.
that
I have questions.
has either our original body or the our original body or an artificial one that our soul was placed back into. MC says also being a dragon is the coolest thing you can get. Oh yeah, there was that that Divinity-based strategy game where you could like control a bunch of dragons, right? Dragon Commander or something. So just like Mass Effect, I think options on the left-hand side of the conversation wheel give you additional information. Options on the right-hand side advance the conversation.
Not even during the invasion. I don't know why they are here. Hughes may have the answer to that as well. You must stay alive and reach him.
Okay, it was
Professor
Hughes.
Formerus Hughes. The Well of Souls is his life's work.
MC says Dragon
Tuatha
Commander,
are
yeah,
coming
Divinity
into the
2
lower
has the
levels.
same.
If
Oh,
we have them,
nice.
We should be able to beat them to the top. Take these. They'll help keep you safe long enough to get to Hughes. Now, let's get going.
Pretty good voice acting, actually. Let's ask about the rest of this.
My, you don't know?
Okay, it's the same thing we saw earlier. That's fine.
Not even I wish I could tell you more. You showed no signs of life when we removed your new body from the...
Yeah, so we are a
Just
homunculus
put it in the
that
furnace
had
room with the others.
an old soul
Would have
placed inside of
never
it.
done that if we knew.
What is the Well of
Well of
Souls?
Souls is just ahead. You'll see. And
Oh, lovely.
it works. It restored you to life. There will be plenty of time to explain later.
Just get me some magic as soon as we can, y'all. By the way, let me know if the brightness, if the sound, anything like that is off. We may need to fine-tune some settings a bit
You'll be in
further.
his
but-
study on the ground floor of the tower. At least, I
So the
hope
Tuatha are burrowing in from, like, the base of the facility.
Let me get this
So we should be able to dodge them. MC says audio's a little low. Game audio's a little low, or my audio?
this way.
Game audio, I'm assuming. 1 second.
Go first.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you got it. That's fine. Hmm. One minute, we'll get there. Here we go. Okay, try this. This may be too loud now. Alright, we've got armor, and we've also got a Tuatha to loot over here. Lots of loot in this game. A whole lot of loot that is actually going to make inventory management kind of a pain later on. We'll take these, battered pants and the battered armor. Oh, so we don't even get any cool Tuatha stuff. That's alright, I suppose. MT says, I think this is fine. Great, thank you, man. Let me know if it's off later on, and we will keep adjusting as much as we need to.
There's no time to waste.
Alright, alright. There's plenty of time to waste. Because we're gonna be looting some stuff. Oh, good! Shoes. Awesome. Just what I always wanted. There we go. Now we look like, well, we don't look like a professional soldier or anything like that. Far from it. We're swinging a massive hunk of rust around. And are wearing what honestly looks more like D-list Conan prop armor than anything else. But hey, such is life. This is how we begin. All great RPG journeys back in the day, wearing terrible armor and wielding a terrible weapon. Onward.
This is what they're after. Our greatest invention. The Well of Souls.
Yeah, so the
Magic
gnomes
end
are
to war.
a species
An
of
end to
inventors and, like, masterful mages in this game. Much like kind of, wow, oh my god, look at that. Isn't that striking, y'all? And the Tuatha are already here, placing magical mind, like, fairy C4 on the Well of Souls. That's great. Okay, well, that could have gone better. Are we gonna have to deal with any, like, raised dead or something like that? Is there a sprint button? I don't remember. Oh, item radial. Yep, I remember that now. There's a lot of pretty cool looking dungeons and areas in this game, I will say. Again, it's gonna take us forever to get through this one. This will easily be the longest playthrough we've done so far, but it will be worth it, I promise you. It will also keep me sane while we go through Crash.
We're in one of the storerooms. See if you can find anything useful.
Oh yeah, this looks like a storeroom. Sure. That brightness may be an issue, though. Yeah, brightness is still bad. Hold on. I'm sure this is going to change when we get outside, but for some reason this one area seems a little dark. There we go. That's much better. Oh, hello. Lockpicks? Yes. Oh, remember the days back when just about every RPG had some kind of obligatory lockpicking minigame? Those were the days, y'all. gloves, lockpicks, healing potion, a little bit of gold. Very good. Ooh, melee block efficacy. Yeah, we'll take these. Oh, those look much better. And our crap Conan gloves. Got it. Ah, and a shield. Shields are used to block, you don't say now. Alright, let's put this revelation to the test. Shields count as armor in this game. That's strange. They usually count as weapons, right? Or you would equip them in the same way. A worn old shield of very poor quality. Well, now hold on. This is a poor quality sword. Yeah, it looks it. This is apparently a poor quality shield. You know, this gorgeous looking thing. But, alright.
Wait. Do you hear something? More to offer!
Alright. Time to fight our way through the Nosferatu-looking fairies.
You're going to need more than just that sword. That one had a bow. Get it?
Oh, yes, yes, please. So we've got secondary weapons. Okay, so... Oh yeah, this is where, like, a lot of ranged weapons and the like will go, in a special slot.
Oh, that longbow's bound to be useful. Move! Move!
Okie dokie. Anything over here? Oh wait, do we use our longbow by pressing... Yeah, the triangle button. That's it. But notice we have a quiver that may restock ammo over time or something? Oh, you. Okay. Okay, I see what y'all about now.
Archers up ahead. Best shoot them before they see us.
Well, trying. Oh, and we can charge our shot. Very nice.
It's over. Go, go!
Yeah, pretty nice little robust gameplay and combat system so far. Again, by the standards of the time, not bad at all. Pretty good and surprisingly dynamic, actually. Oh, you sprint by holding down X, that's right. What's in here? Documents... so something we can sell. Gold coins and lockpicks. Okay, we'll need all that, sure. Again, inventory management will become a matter of strategy later on, but right now we're just taking what we can get. Come on now. There we go. Nice try. Better leg plates. And that's it. Give me a better block and some slightly better looking armor, thank you.
Daggers are deadly if you catch an enemy unaware.
Ooh.
Their speed more than makes up for their size.
Twin daggers. Well, we're not going to be playing a rogue, but I'm intrigued. Those are pretty hefty looking daggers. They look kind of Hannah Fade-esque, yeah? Ooh. Nice. Very fast. You get some good coverage sliding across the floor and such. Now let's couple the rogue's weapon with the ridiculously loud large armor. This is a good idea that shall not backfire in the least. So far, I'm not seeing a whole lot to fear about the Tuatha, aside from the magical C4, but...
To finish them quickly and quietly.
Okay, so he wants us to try to sneak up on the Tuatha. Ah, right, stealth mode. I forgot about this. Don't mind my crazy No doubt constantly clanking armor. Oh, stealth kill, right. Shoot, we even got context-specific stealth kills. That's really cool for an action RPG at the time, actually. Let's see if we can't get a couple more. So the Tuatha represent the Unseelie Court, the Court of Winter, associated with endings, decay, and sort of the end of the natural cycle of life. They make their home in a really cool-looking crystalline winter region at the far end of the world. And let's hope they can put up a bit more of a fight over there, because their track record ain't looking too hot so far. Oh, by the way, we got more conspicuous metal armor. Let's do it. Yeah, there we go. Now we're looking the part. A proper rogue in full plate armor. Oh, is this where we get to learn about magic?
Cave blossoms only respond in
Yes.
the presence of magic. Perhaps there is more to you than it seems.
Stormbolt. Cool, we've got, like, a basic ranged lightning spell. I said basic ranged lightning spell. As you can see,
Incredible. What
it
are
does take a while for mana to recharge, at the outset. Which is a shame, but we can deal with.
We need to get you to Professor
Yes, thank you. Spider memo. Hughes. Per your request, we finally got the spider problem under control. Claude will try to take credit for an efficient cleansing with his Praetorians, but I feel he overstates his case and fails to recognize the value that my own quick thinking and scholarly work provided to this successful operation. While overseeing the spider purge, I noticed that those guards who were affected by spider venom exhibited stiffness of joints and tightening of skin, symptoms which suggest a possible solution for the internal cohesion problems of some of the Well's creations. I would have studied the symptoms in more depth at the time, but the guards willfully and flagrantly disobeyed my orders to delay application of antitoxins. Oh, sounds like a cheerful guy. So the paralytic venom of some of these spiders was used to hold homunculi such as myself together. Lovely. MC says this is one thing I dislike about NPC followers in many RPGs, they just repeat the overall quest. This guy does. It makes... I don't like it either, to be honest, but it makes sense, if only because he's the tutorial NPC or guide. I do remember that in general, NPCs in Amalur, to the best of my knowledge, do a better job of that. They're not terribly obnoxious when they're accompanying you. MC says, I wish they had area-specific comments. Yeah, most of the time when folks are accompanying us, it will be in very, very specific small areas, and they'll have, special things to say. So now we're in the magic training area, I would assume. Yep, we're already getting some mage armor. Which, as cool as our heavy armor is, that's what we're gonna want to wear. More mana regen? Yep, we want that, alright. Oh, hello, giant spider. Oh, you look lovely. Ah, and you happen to be weak to electricity, eh? Lovely. Anything we can loot from him? No dice? Ah, staff. Yes, we're going to equip that. Crude birch staff. You can equip a staff as either a primary or a secondary weapon. I will equip it as a primary. Just looks like a giant shepherd's crook, that's fine. Have a look-see at that, would you? Staves, if I recall, are really good for crowd control. I do appreciate that they introduce you to each of the 3 major styles of gameplay. So the giant spiders are weak to elemental damage in general, it would appear. Good. Alright, so they don't seem to drop anything, but this sack contains some mage shoes, skull and bones, and a mana potion. Good, we'll take it all. Give me the shoes. More mana regen, good. This will keep us rolling in like shock bolt casts for just as long as we like. So again, for like a team's first game, even though a lot of them were, obviously the individual personnel were industry veterans, really good, I think. Good looking, plays well. Just a real shame that this one couldn't do as well as it needed to, but also due to the business model that Kurt Schilling and the rest of the studio adopted, it would have to do ridiculously well to make bank, which, you know, that's not going to happen on any studio's first game. Unless they hit on, like, some major pop culture zeitgeist moment, like, I don't know, was Fall Guys that studio's first major game? I don't know. MC says the menu scrolling's a bit annoying but functional. Yeah, and not unusual in the least for the time. Ah, it's a Legionnaire.
Get alive! And who's this? That's what I intend.
That's right, all of the gnomes come from a very vaguely Roman-styled city.
This is where we part ways. But take whatever you want from this armory. We might have a few things that would fit you. Just make sure you get your shoes.
How?
We can hold off the Tuatha here.
Okay, sure. I can fight with you. Yeah. Or I can persuade him to give us more help. Yeah, I need more help.
I suppose these might be able to help. If the Tuatha realize what you are, you'll need them.
Ooh, potions. Nice, thank you.
We can't risk you getting killed. You're proof that the well can work. Don't you realize what that means? Just keep going past the top of the well. Hughes will be there in his study. I'll see you on the outside.
So we're almost there. Let's talk to the Legionnaires first, if we can.
Back, huh? The rest of us aren't that lucky.
No more.
Oh yeah, most of them are also, most of the gnomes are also Scottish, or like vaguely Scottish. This one guy with the unfortunate name, however, is not.
You're what the well spat out. I guess it could have been worse. I never believed the well would work.
I do really like the Praetorians. We'll get to see more of them later.
Protects quite like ladies
Cuirass
and
leg plates
pervious
repair
metal.
kits. Those will be important.
Leather armor is thin, but will give you the speed to reach an
Here's
enemy's
like the
well.
rogue starting kit. Anything we don't need, we can sell later on. So no worries there.
Simple cloth frees your body and mind. That's why mages prefer it.
That they do, and we will as well. Let's throw on these robes. Wait a minute, can I equip this in both slots? No, I cannot. Oh, so you could just slap one weapon in primary, one weapon in secondary. It's not fixed. What types of weapons can go where. Thought it did for some reason, but okay. Yeah, we got some actually pretty nice looking robes. That's one thing I appreciate about this game. Unlike a lot of others at the time, and especially unlike WoW, a lot of the stuff you can get early on looks really cool. MC says I did something silly last night. I watched the Sonic movie. Oh man, how was it? The general consensus was it wasn't great, but it wasn't awful either. It was like perfectly
Come out to
fine,
the well
really.
and the Tuatha show up. That can't be a coincidence.
MC says it is bad. Well, I mean, it's Sonic, and Sonic hadn't had a really good, more than one good day in a row in ages, so. MC says not really bad, just simply bad. Yeah, I can understand that. That's probably where I would fall if I ever watched it. I judiciously chose not to. Oh man, the Well of Souls is gorgeous, isn't it? We're now at the top of the mechanism, I think. And we've got more lore. Well, progress log. Experiments are now successfully recreating bodies 97.5% of the time. Hey, that's close enough. Any missing limbs or extra fingers are now probably how the original subject looked, rather than a magical flux on our end. However, full revivification still eludes us. Even with increased testing, products are nothing more than inert lumps of skin and bone, though the occasional spasm or twitch does allow hope of full success in the future. I know some of you complain that we should use cadavers and skip the corpse recreation altogether, but you must know we'd never be allowed to experiment with the subject's actual body. may be working to recreate life. That hardly allows us to desecrate the dead. Any further complaints can be brought to me directly. Former Hughes. Well, at least they're ethical mad scientists, right? Again, like, some of the color palettes at work here, the bright greens contrasted with the muted blues and browns of the cavern actually look really, really stunning to me. MC says, I have a lot to say about it, starting with it's a shame because they had a start of a potentially good story. I know, and lots of people say that Jim Carrey actually turned in a pretty good performance. That seems to be almost universal in what I've seen. Yeah, so that's Hughes. Gorgeous looking study, isn't it?
And look at you, even with all you've been through. The Tuatha, your return from the dead. Please forgive me. You must be terribly confused by all of this. I am Fomerus Hughes, and this is my laboratory at Alistar. Everything you see here is dedicated to one thing, the Well of Souls. The pursuit of
Our character looks
immortality.
pretty cool, I gotta say.
You're my first success. If we only had the time, there's so much we might learn from one another.
My
You
attackers.
don't know. They're called the Tuatha. They were once Fey folk of the Winter Court, but they've been twisted by their Lord Gadflow.
I do know that
How
much
could they
later on in
find
the
us
game,
out
the
here?
Winter Court have their
We're
own
miles away
optional
from the
quest
front
line.
lines. The war has
One
never
thing this
touched
game
down
does really
towers.
well is
And
introduce
why
a
attack
number
the well?
of really deep factions with their own distinct quest lines and rewards and culture and all of that. And you can participate in all of them. One of them, however, was notoriously sealed as on-disc DLC in the original release, like necessitating the purchase of either your own copy or of a new copy. MC says, I'm sad they made Eggman less a villain, more of a moron. Jim Carrey turned in a good performance, but the character is written as the nerd who took revenge against the world bullying him, and not the mad scientist with a twisted vision. Yeah. Yeah, or they could have done what a lot of Sonic games ultimately do, and have a relative comic relief wacky Eggman and just have a different villain, like main villain entirely. Not saying that's great, but it's something they could have done.
The Fae are complicated. I could write 10 volumes on the effects of immortality on their pseudo-feudal court system alone.
Something that's really interesting about the Fae is they have, in this world, such potent connections to magic and tradition that they can affect the world around them by, at least one faction can, acting out folk tales and fables in, like, these larger-than-life plays. They're really interesting, and I think the devs actually dug pretty deep into, like, legend from around the world and actually interpreted it really, or iterated upon it in some really interesting ways for this game's lore.
I am Fomerus Hughes, scholar of Vivification Prime Circle. We're standing above my life's work, the Well of Souls. And there's so much to learn about you, though. I imagine it's all a bit muddled. A side effect of the Prismare?
The voice acting across the board,
Pacing? No.
so far at least,
If
is
only we had
pretty
more
good.
time. I wish I could tell you more, but your death is a mystery to me as well. It seems that your memory died with your body. You see, the well is designed to capture the soul of someone recently deceased, recreating their physical form within its waters. Simple, really. Your rebirth is the first we might truly call a success. There have been others, but the results weren't quite right.
Joy. Lastly, the Tuatha, who you'll notice are different from the Winter Court.
The Tuatha are a radical splinter of the Fae. Insane, bloodthirsty, and immortal. Even when they die, their essence returns home to be reborn later. They hate mortals
Think the
like you
Daedra.
and me, and want us wiped off the face of Amalur. I can only imagine how much they hate the idea of mortals being reborn.
Right, so they want to, like, purge all mortal life, or the the younger races from Amalur. So they're kind of a fundamentalist cult, essentially. And as we've seen so far, if what we've seen so far is any indication, they are very, very bad at what they do. MC says they made a good Eggman as a villain, but they just if they just never went on and on about the character's past, it would have been better. The movie's also tailored to an American audience, so there are moments I understood what they went for, but had no personal connection, like baseball scenes. Oh yeah, I get that, and that's an issue I think a lot of films that go for or pitched or released to an international audience ultimately find, is they seem really heavily tailored to a culturally American audience, and so there's a lot of disconnect. Maybe even more than there used to be, or maybe that's just because more and more places are importing films and dubbing them or translating them or things like that. So the American films will work. They'll sell. You don't have to rely on, like, in-country productions for most of your film anymore, if that makes sense.
It's been my life's work. Decades of research with a singular goal, ending death itself. And now, you're the only proof that it's a success. But why did
Ending death entirely. I mean, it sounds good to me.
What makes you different from the others? There are so many questions to ask.
We have really good hair. That's all that sets us apart.
Too much to explain right now. The Tuatha have come to stop my work, but I don't believe they know about you. Not yet. What's important is getting you out of here safely. You're the only proof of what we've achieved here. I may not be able to save the well, but I can ensure that its only success is safe.
Right on. Where are we?
In the Feylands, miles away from the front lines. I thought we were safe enough from the war, but it seems some of the Tuatha found their way here.
Oh, right,
anyway.
because, like, most of the conflict takes place in the plains and, that kind of marshland over on the eastern continent.
Absolutely not. I've got my notes, but it's just that you... Wait,
Okay.
Fascinating.
Okay, we'll go.
I'm not certain what's caused it, but somehow... yes, as I was saying, I'm not sure...
Like, I would be happy to stay and fight. It seems like the Tuatha aren't
Perhaps I should
anything we can't handle.
Sir, Mr. Hughes, the Tuatha have breached the lab. They're inside the...
Yeah, that went well.
We've got to get you out of here now, quickly.
I love the, like, violet and blue stained glass up on and around the ceiling. That is
Find
incredible.
Agath. He's a friend, and he may be able to help. No matter what else, stay alive.
Man, look at him go to work. Damn. Yeah, the Tuatha are awful. They... Not the most intimidating villain so far. They look really cool, but, they've got, like, a Washington Generals track record. You know, it is the Washington Generals that always play against the, Harlem Globetrotters, right? In those, like, exhibitions. A fictional football or basketball team that has never won a game, like, ever. Want to move faster? Yes, please. Dude. Okay, we actually can be damaged by the rubble. That is kind of impressive, Amalur. Because I don't remember cave-ins being a really huge part of the game. Oh, more Tuatha. Good. Well, hey, he tried. Ooh, that lightning bolt of ours is really, really good stuff, isn't it? Anything to discover over here? Oh, yes there is. What are they guarding? Oh, coins and lockpicks. We will definitely need the lockpicks. Believe you me. Coins as well, if we find anything really good, or if we want to bribe somebody.
Tear this tower apart.
So does it sound like some of the Tuatha have, like, Gaelic or Irish accents, and some of them don't? Like, without any real consistency? Oh, we've got us a boss. It's the troll from the rock troll from the, loading screen, right? Oh my god. Yep, this thing can deal some serious damage. And it's got ranged attacks, believe it or not. Let's try taking out the Tuatha first. Just to make things a little easier for ourselves, eh? Oh! He resists flame. Oh, he's not a rock troll as in a troll who lives in stone caves or the like. He is a rock troll as in made out of rock. I see. Okay, this is kind of demanding, actually. That's a way to do your intro boss fight. Damn. Okay, so he doesn't do all that well with fire. That's good to know. We can, like, light that pelt up. What you got? Come on. Mana's low. Oh, man. Yeah, we don't need to wait, though. I do not need a mana potion. Thank you, though. Finish him? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Okay, we got QTEs. I don't remember those, but alright. So we get the Squire's Ring, gold coins, a protection shard, and then potions. Shards are useful for crafting. MC says, there is one thing that made me laugh at the movie. There's the introduction or implication of a sequel with tails appearing. I thought of the tail helicopter physics and how impossible that would be to animate. Yeah, yeah. And rock and roll. Don't you mean rock and troll? Yeah, yeah. That, as like a tutorial boss in an action RPG that leans much more heavily to the RPG rather than the action side of things, that was not bad. I dig it. We're definitely gonna have to work on mana management moving forward, but... Alright, plus 5 health, simple band of copper imbued with magic. MC says, nah, they animated the flight very well. Oh, nice. So the animation wasn't bad then, across the board. So we emerge into Alistar Glade. We're going to be on, like, the far western side of the world map in the forests of Alistar for a long time. A long time. A long time. But it's good, because we're going to be exploring a lot of really diverse settlements and quest lines. And he says, but the physics of how that would work IRL is pretty fun to think about. Well, you see, it's very simple. What you need is an urgent, like, imminent deadline to design a partner for Sonic that is not just a mirror of him or a palette swap. And then you need to add stress and drugs, and bam, there's Tails. That's how it works. We earned the Reborn trophy, and we leveled up. Lovely. Oh, dear. We get a skill point. Oh, Jesus Christ. What do we want to do? We could dispel magical wards, we can lockpick, we could persuade people. Bribe costs for crime are decreased. That's nice. The stealth, ooh. Detect hidden. Detection, dispelling, lockpicking. We may want all of these. I'm thinking the skills we want to dump points into will be Detect Hidden, Dispelling, Lockpicking, Persuasion, and Stealth for the kind of playstyle I'm going with. Let's start with Detect Hidden just to give us a little bit of info on the world around us as we progress. So we've got individual points to dump into the Might, Finesse, and Sorcery skill trees, I think. We've got some passives that make our staff attacks a little bit stronger. We can increase the potency of our Storm Bolt, making it cost a little bit more, but deal quite a bit more damage. Unlocks charge special attacks for the staff and chakrams. Scepter Mastery. Scepters are like exclusively a ranged weapon. They're pretty good though, if I recall. Let's dump a point into that. What can we get over here? Longsword, hammer, the harpoon. Snag an enemy and pull it back to you. No, thank you. Let's go straight mage as best we can. Arcane weaponry. Damage over time to him. And, oh, chance to stun. Yeah, let's just make our Stormbolt even strong. Well, I say that. Yeah, let's make our Stormbolt even stronger. We can keep that no matter what. I may have, like, just developed us into, oh, here's the charge attack. Hell yeah. They've just written this character into a corner, but we're fine. Hey, Reme. And he says, but the physics of how, like, the tails would either entangle themselves very quickly or he would spin in the opposite direction. Unless his butt managed to spin in a perfect, on a perfect, like, 360-degree axis, that would be right. Did he escape with it? He distracted them, so I'd escape.
Professor Hughes was very thoughtful. I mean, he is very thoughtful. I'm sure he found a way to get out. He must have. Alistair is remote enough that we don't get a lot of visitors. And with our research, fewer visitors means...
So we've got to head off to the closest village, the first major settlement in the game. But first, let's get as much information as we can.
You mean Agarth? He visits Hughes every once in a while. I never could figure out why they got along. He's friendly enough, if a bit odd. You should be able to find him in Gorhart, just down the road, past the ruins.
Ooh, let's explore those ruins.
We all knew Fomerus was a genius, but I'll admit, even I had my doubts about him being able to bring the dead back to life.
There's lots of things all the major NPCs in this game have to say to us, and much of it's... Even when it's not, like, outstanding or really compelling information, it's all written pretty well, I think.
Idea, the Well of Souls. Plucks dead people out of the ether, rebuilds their body, and brings them back to life. At least that's what it was supposed to do. Guess we'll never know if it worked now. I just don't understand the Tuatha. I mean, most Fae aren't violent. The wild
we can actually work for and with a whole lot of different Fae factions as a part of the side quests.
Before they invaded Erythel, no one could have imagined the Fae ever marching.
Like I said, the Summer Fae have a couple of different, like, factions we can join, and the Winter Fae, the ones that the Tuatha split off from, have one as well.
At least told them we needed more guns.
Hey, it's Claude Gunn. The Praetorian we ran into down below. I love the look of his armor. Both the designs and the color palette. That is gorgeous.
I don't know how the Tuatha found us, but if they had a troll, it couldn't have been an accident. Fate was kind to collapse that doorway behind you, or they would have chased us into the glade. We started building here when they found Prismere in the mines nearby.
Very beautiful little area, isn't it?
Thought we'd see Tuatha this
and every one of those major minor zones inside of the big 5 distinct areas has a totally different look and assets and color palette usually. So like everything in Alistar is, you know, forest themed, but there's a bunch of different like sub-biomes within that we'll get to explore.
Weavers. Charlatans. You swears by them. I'll be damned if I trust my future to some cards.
Oh, like a tarot reader, then.
Hughes ran off, you say? I wouldn't worry too much. The old man's tougher than he looks, and he's always got a plan. They're technically a type of wild fae, related to the fae of the summer and winter courts, actually. Dangerous enough in the wild.
That's right, in like some fantasy universes, trolls and ogres and things like that are fae, right? Like when they apply a pretty broad definition of like fae creatures.
I never did trust fae to begin with. Well, those Tuatha are the worst sort. They waged some sort of holy war against humans and Alpha for years now. But the front's all the way out east.
The gnomes, by and large, kind of do their own thing in a mesa city far to the south.
The well was incredible, but it took armloads of prismere crystals to keep the thing active. That's why we built it so close to the stone candle mines. They even put in a few tunnels to deliver the crystals directly into the well. I told them it wasn't safe. Looks like I was right.
We will be seeing the gnome capital city before long, but it'll be a long time, relatively speaking. Star Thistle. Some reagents are more difficult to harvest than others. Invest in the alchemy skill. Oh, yeah. So we can attempt to harvest something. We won't necessarily, unless we have a good enough skill. So, oh, right, the little emblem that appeared next to, let's say, Hughes's name was because he's affiliated with the main quest. That's what that sigil means. We'll see similar icons accompanying the text of NPCs that are associated with different factions later on. So yeah, we want to head to Gorhart now, which should be marked on the map. Yeah, so we're at Alistar Tower. So the Well of Souls is over here. And we want to go to Gorhart, which is not in the Alistar Glade, but in Odorath. Oh, I remember this area. I remember this area very well. It's a gigantic swamp full of Shreks. We can probably make it over there today. Lucky you. He says facetiously. Why y'all bringing a bunch of empty pots out here?
Thank Matharu. Another survivor. Are there any more? I suppose that's a little bit of kindness from fate. May those still trapped inside rest peacefully.
This is going to be a series of very chill streams. We're going to be listening to a lot of dialogue, casually exploring a lot of stuff. Tell me, you guys, especially those of you watching the VOD, if you think this this style of stream isn't particularly entertaining or, like, kind of high-octane enough, because I don't want to be boring you guys, obviously. And MC says Shreks are not dangerous if you're a donkey. They're not all that dangerous in this game either, if I recall.
This was supposed to be a nice, isolated grove. So much for that. You don't see many Fate Weavers nowadays, but they were very popular when I was a girl. My parents even hired one to advise them on raising.
Yeah, they're like soothsayers,
but
kind
these
of.
days, you're lucky if you can find a single.
I know
Fate
that the
Weaver in
cards
a
they
big city.
use play a
Most of
pretty
them
big
ran out
role
of
in the
town.
mechanics of the game later on, but I forget how exactly.
Morris Hughes was one of the greatest
Ooh,
minds
that's
of our
a great
generation.
angle.
The Well of Souls was a dream
Oh,
that
jeez.
was almost too good to come true. Who knows why
That
the
floral
dwarf
texture,
hate
that's
mortals?
better.
Who knows why the Fae do half the things they do? The well was a beautiful dream, an end to death, a cure to tragedy. It would have made war pointless. It could have saved the world. We should have known it was too good to exist. Now our friends have paid the price.
Hey, it brought me back. I'm satisfied.
We'll be moving soon.
Yo, so this guy isn't doing too well, given that he was not injured here. He's just like lost all of this blood just laying here. Okay, good luck, homie. Well, I think that's all we can do here. Oh, wait. Something we might be able to harvest if we have decent luck. Ember Eyes. Yeah. The Ember Eyes are used to craft healing potions, I want to say. Could be pretty important later on. So yeah, welcome to Alistar Glade. Welcome to some friggin' deer that we're going to strike down because they might give us something. Or not. Oh, do we have ragdolls? We have ragdolls in this game. Oh, shoot. Well, you know we're gonna have some fun with that on down the road. Strings, bindings, and lining. Stuff you can use for crafting, I'm pretty sure. There will be a little bit of crafting in this game. Now you can notice there's creatures or enemies on our minimap off to the side. What's this little green shrine? Shrine of Mitharu. Oh, temporary bonus. Nice. I'll take it. Ember Eyes, please. Oh, it's a bear. Starting enemy, bear. Okay, that's good. You can handle it. Oh man, we knocked him off his feet. Mages in this game are powerful, man.
You! I remember you. You're...
MC says, speaking of Ragdoll, I was watching a full review of Deus Ex Invisible Wars. Ragdolls grabbing bodies and throwing bodies with dumpsters full of them. Oh, one of my friends showed me, something similar with, one of the most densely populated stages in, I want to say, Dishonored 2. Dishonored or Dishonored 2, she just took everybody she could find and threw them into a single dumpster. Like, an entire stage's worth of enemies just compressed together. It was beautiful looking. Deus Ex Invisible Wars, was that the second or the third one?
When I saw you with Edsel in the well, I ran. But it wasn't because I was afraid. I was coming to report that Hughes's experiment had succeeded. The Well of Souls is bigger than just one gnome's pet project.
Second. So that was that the one that
contact
people
pays
didn't
well for
like?
Information about its progress. I just send reports to make some money on the side.
I've never played the first one. I
don't know
played,
how the Tuatha found out. This has nothing to do with them.
I
don't want
played
anyone to
Human
get
Revolution and a little bit of Mankind Divided. I need to get into Mankind Divided and actually finish it.
I promise you, if I knew who it was, I'd tell you. Sharing research is one thing, but
So this
academic
guy's been
sabotage is a crime.
feeding information to someone on the outside, and potentially they got it to the Tuatha. I'm not gonna extort him for money. That's not me. Just yeah,
Thank
get
you,
out of here.
Thank you. Here, take this. It's the pay for my last report.
I don't know that
want
I've ever
anything to do
played
with
like
it.
a character-intense
going back
RPG with you guys yet, but you guys, you're probably aware if you've been watching my streams long enough that I'm going to go for like the gentlest, most conventionally heroic options 99% of the time. It's just the way I like to play these games. MC says, yeah, the one that was a console downgrade. Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, but like the general consensus in hindsight isn't that it's a bad game, just that it doesn't quite stack up to what the others have been able to accomplish. The canny necklace. Hold on. Oh, reduce mana costs by 5. Yeah, sure. Can we swim? Oh, we swimming. We got rats, we got sewage. This is now truly an RPG. Who needs stealth when you can burn vermin alive? Knock them back with the staff, knock them on their ass with the electric bolt. Dig it. What's this guy have? Something I can sell. Or dismantle for components. Oh, hello, you've got a magic ward on you, don't you? We can unlock this using the lockpicking minigame. Let's give it a try. Right. It's that lockpicking minigame. You know the one. From Elder Scrolls and Fallout, and it's been in everything since. Come on now. Come on. I know I'm a mage, but I should be able to do this. Yeah! Potion Bindings Repair Kit. Okay. MC says, it's really that you come from a masterclass game to something that was immensely scaled down, with a lot of loading zones. Ooh, those are the worst. That was the worst part of Sonic 06, actually. Sonic 06 would be a mediocre, maybe even decent game if it were just not for the loading times, I argue. Like minigames, the switch to console did a lot of damage, but I would argue that it's better than Human Revolution. I didn't like Human Revolution as story. Oh, really? It's the only Deus Ex game I played straight through, but I actually really liked it. Well, that was very easy game, thank you. Gold coins and a mana potion. Let's try to dispel this ward. What? Oh, okay. It's like a rhythm game. Mm-hmm. Okay, that wasn't bad at all. We've got a cowl, shoes, and fire shard. Nice. More mono regen, and a socket we can, like, maybe add a gem or something to later on. Frostweave shoes. The Order of Ash has prescribed enchanted armors like this as standard starting kit for apprentice spellcasters. Well, 10 mono regen per sec, and elemental resistance. Yeah, that's better. Oh, but it requires more sorcery than we have. Damn it. Oh, more points in sorcery. MC says the issue with it is that if you poke a little at it or play as a less morally good person, you'll see the game being against you. Ah, right, which is probably why I didn't run into major issues then. I'm always a goody two-shoes in games like this. I really like the cowl. Normally I don't like hoods, with like robes and things like that in fantasy worlds, but I like the design of this. We're like just a starting level mage, but we already look pretty badass. Black Cohosh. Maybe that's used for mana regen potions or something? I don't know. As you can see, a whole lot to explore here. Like the corpse of this deer. It's still not going to drop anything, right? Eel petal. No reagents found, that's fine. Oh, hello, wolf. Oh, hi, doggy. Now, as a mage, I do know this much. Most of the damage is going to come from your mana-consuming spells. Just about everything else is just going to be used to kind of stall for time. Which is fine, because our spell is the shit. Now, are they guarding anything? Or oh, yeah, a dungeon. We may actually want to explore this a bit. The Stone Candle Mines. We couldn't find any reagents there? Really, now? Well, let's have a look-see. Maybe a side quest or something in here. So, I think we may want to take a point or two in alchemy when we get the chance. Just so I can actually get my mitts on some reagents. So, what's our map? What's the size of the area we're dealing with? Oh, well, we can't see. There's a jump point, meaning an area where we can jump down to lower footing, but... Oh yeah, we're definitely going to need some alchemy skill. Oh no, we jumped down to this area. Thank you, trap. Okay. Bear traps even in this, huh? Alright. Wrong direction. Almost. Oh, broke a pick. Damn it. There we go. Iron Frosted Longsword, minor mana potion. Yeah, we can have some fun with all of that. And by fun, I mean sell it. Not very well secured for such a clearly locked door, but alright, I suppose the spider couldn't unlock that, yeah? Yet. Okay, we're, what do you think, gang? We're gonna need a little bit more brightness? If there's bear traps all over the place here, I think we're gonna need to be able to see them. MC says the original Deus Ex is still the best of the series. Not perfect, but a far more solid experience. Alright, I've been meaning to check it out when I have the time, so may do... Oh, kobolds! Oh, cool-looking kobolds at that. Come on now. do like, too, that there's a dodge mechanic that allows us, even though this is a more conventional RPG, to actually get out the way of enemy attacks and take on enemies we may otherwise be ill-prepared for that way. So it's a true action RPG in that if you've got the appropriate stats and gear, you can face tank just about anything. But if you want to win through kind of proficiency, you can do so as well. If that makes sense. There we go. Any of y'all got anything for us? No? Alright. Well, we tried. I do really like the design of these kobolds, a little bit bigger and more intimidating than we're used to. Actually, they kind of look like a cross between, like, a conventional kobold and a gnoll. They've got more kind of mammalian traits. Are they the ones that set out all the bear traps? One this time, we can handle that. Oh, and this one dropped something for us. Oh, a better longbow. MC says like bat folks. Yeah, kind of. Oh, this one's much better. Do we have a better staff yet? Nope. But I can dream. Let's test it out. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Gotta be careful of the ones with the javelins. The, savages, right? Ooh, 2 for 1. I do love the ease with which we can knock enemies off our feet with magic. That's something you don't typically see in games like this. Like, if I think about Dark Souls or other, like, modern action RPGs, typically, yeah, magic and the like is high damage, but you usually need a big weapon or a really fast weapon to stagger enemies or, like, disrupt them. No, here, you get hit with a potent enough bolt of, like, really, really big-time elemental energy, and it'll knock you straight off your feet. Oh, lightning staff. Yes, my favorite of the like, traditional trinity of elements. That's more like it. Doesn't that just look so much nicer? MC says, did you know that kobolds are dedicated workers and master miners? Better than the dwarves at finding gems and mining. If we're talking about, like, traditional D&D, yes, I did know that. They're also, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm getting this from Pathfinder, which I know uses a lot of the same conventions as D&D. Actually very, very talented when it comes to making and using technology. Limited to simple devices with the materials they have at hand, but they're about as good as, like, standard gnomes when it comes to crafting. Talisman and regen potions. Oh, it's a shield. Yeah, it's like a magic ward, and you know what? We're going full mage. Why not? Oh my god, this is gorgeous. Oh, hard lock. Very difficult, yes. I mean, it'll break my picks really easily, but that's about it. Ah, Birch Scepter. Scepters are long-range weapons preferred by mages. Each shot costs a small amount of mana. Well, that'll be our new secondary. Let's demonstrate. Charged shot. And by small amount, they do mean a very small amount. It can fire quite rapidly, though. MC says, yeah, they make traps for fun and decor. Yeah, I always loved a good cobbled, man. One of the things I do really like about Pathfinder Kingmaker as an RPG, as much as I hate the gameplay, and this ought to attest to, like, the strength of the game's world and storytelling. I adore Kingmaker, even though I hate every single aspect of its, like, moment-to-moment gameplay. The way a lot of the quests were written, you could gain a deeper understanding of and engage diplomatically and even, like, on good terms with more monstrous races or the conventionally evil gods or things like that. There were diplomatic solutions based around understanding or engaging with others on their terms to a whole lot of conflicts in that game, which allows you to get deeper into the lore, which obviously I really appreciate. Oh, you stun-locked me. Alright, try some of this. Are the savages comparatively frail? It looks about the same to me, but let's take care of him real quick. There we go, the after effect got him. I do hope we get something really good for completing this little side dungeon. Or maybe we find an item we need for a quest later on. As I said, it's been so long, I don't remember much of this game. Lots of locks in this game, huh? Jesus H. Like a lot of locks. Staff of Skill, and then just armor and crafting components. Well, how does this cold staff stack up? Slightly weaker, freezing damage over 6 seconds, chance to critical hit. It's a ice staff, so no. Ah, electric scepter. Would that be better than the scepter we already have? Yes, it would. And it has lightning, for lightning is the best. Just not in Final Fantasy. Health regen potion, gem of fire shield, and the stone candle log. Let's have a look-see. Among meticulous entries of mining shifts and Prismere loads extracted, a handful of personal entries stand out. Survey Team Secundus has made a tremendous find. Contradictory to our earlier surveys on record, the Stone Candle Caves in Alistar show signs of a rare stream of Prismere. Word and samples have been sent to the Forum and Edessa via secure messenger. I think Edessa is the gnome capital city. And their answer is all but certain. Buy the land, start the mines, and tell no one. With everyone focused on the war, nobody will notice another mine, and we should be able to make a killing. Templar Octien not only demanded the establishment of Stone Candle Mine, but has also personally funded construction of a new laboratory in Alistair. This should prevent the nearby town from asking too many questions about the mine, although we still keep a second log in case of prying eyes. Regrettably, this makes for lax reporting at best. One can only hope this will not reflect poorly in our reviews. A new scholar has arrived at Alistair Tower with much fanfare. Word from Octien is that Formerus Hugh's research is too important to be interrupted by day-to-day matters, even though he won't tell us what that research is exactly. Meanwhile, kobolds continue to be a nuisance, ambushing our miners at the mouth of the cavern. We have too few Praetorians to handle a pack of the beasts, and there's no way I'm letting them station Ferragorta down here. Bad enough chipping away in the dark without one of those crazy bone men, is what they're going for, sneaking up on you. Early tunnels connecting the mines to Alistair Tower are complete. They'll need some shoring up to be stable enough for use, but soon we'll be able to move the Prismere straight into the labs without worrying about kobolds or curious outsiders. Just in time, too. There have been reports of soldiers lurking in the forest nearby. Don't they know that the war front is on the other side of the Phalans? MC says, I made the suggestion the kobolds are mages polymorphed because they're just nerd-loving kobolds. That sounds interesting. Yeah. Wait, unlock chest. It's a fucking minecart! How are you going to... Is there a secret compartment in the base of... It's a minecart! Okay, here, let me just pick the lock on this minecart. Boots of lightning shield, static longbow. So an electric longbow. Let's get down to them boots. This is probably the easiest way to handle this from now on. Oh, those are boots, not shoes, never mind. MC says logical dissonance, love these. I do not remember there being this much lockpicking, and I don't think there is, broadly across the game. But I think these early areas might have just wanted to give you a little taste of, like, oh, here's how to pick locks, make sure you learn. Here's how to dispel wards, make sure you learn. We are going to need a level in alchemy before I lose my mind, thank you very much. MC says maybe a remaster change. I don't think so. As I said, there's a lot I just don't remember. Will jump, whee! Not healing up because we'll probably be able to do so for free at the town. Which is like next on our list, right? We explored a side dungeon and we got some good stuff. We got a better staff, we got a couple scepters, we got a whole bunch of stuff we're gonna sell. Don't let the size of a root golem fool you. They can be quick when they need to be, tunneling underground to reach their target. Well, if it's a root golem, I assume that's when we whip out the fire. One of the great things about playing a mage in a game like this, man, is you always have access to any type of elemental damage you care to have. No reagents found. Screw that. Since we need, those red, bulbs to craft healing potions, we'll definitely want to put some points in alchemy, probably sooner rather than later. Hey there.
You've come from the tower, haven't you?
Hey, it's
Name's
Agarth.
Maybe you can help an old Fate Weaver, eh? Fate Weavers look at the great tapestry of fate. The threads will tell us how a life will unfold. But knowing the future and being able to change it are two very different
MC
things.
says it's amusing to think that Dungeon Siege is a game from 2002 that had no loading screens. So I never played Dungeon Siege or Dungeon Siege 2. I played Dungeon Siege 3 on PS3 and absolutely loved it. I don't remember that game having very many loading screens at all.
Did he? Poor old Fomerus Hughes. He respected the way the world works. What a shame. He's probably dead by now.
Yes, as a matter of fact. How do you know? What makes you think he's
told
dead?
me that the Well of Souls would work, but Hughes' success would come on the day of his death. He took it pretty well, honestly, although we did a lot of drinking after that.
The cards?
You really don't know much, do you? A Fate Weaver taps into the threads of fate and channels that energy through a focus. My order prefers cards. The cards are unique to each Fate Weaver, since we all see the weave differently.
Let's see. Can you give me some
I
help?
suppose I could spare a little help in memory of Hughes, or in celebration of his success.
Give me stuff.
Whichever.
Give me stuff. Oh, yeah, those are actually gonna be really useful, this early on. I just woke up in the tower.
You're the one.
MC says Dungeon Siege 3 is not a Dungeon Siege. Long gone is the time of a party of 8, mix of mules and people. With mindless fight, the NPC will do all the combat for you if you want them to.
Prepare yourself.
I played it without much NPC help anywhere, or whenever I had the option. And yeah, it's like a really, really well done kind of mindless brawler with great production values. So I did have fun. Perform special attacks and defeat enemies to gather threads of fate. Oh right, that's what the center gauge is. We can use like very special abilities with these. Reckoning mode, let's do it. Greatly increases speed and attack power, so it's a... Okay, let's do it. Oh, son. Y'all dead. As we defeat enemies in Reckoning mode, their fates unravel. Okay. Press X to perform a fate shift. It uses the remaining fate energy to destroy all of them at once and gives us an EXP bonus. Let's do it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's it. I'm alright with that. Yep. That is a good mechanic.
How? What are you? The threads of fate. I've seen them before, but I've never seen anyone manipulate them like that. You just changed how the world was supposed to work. How did you do that?
Did the well cause it?
Hughes may have brought you back to life, but that was still part of fate's plan. Nothing short of a god.
More of these bad, like, plant textures photo bombing the camera.
You might be able to change the threads.
I mean, that's still an issue in games. I just think it's funny whenever it happens.
I promise not to tell you if I see your death.
This is it. This is the mechanic.
It's a gift. Some people paint landscapes. Other people write poetry.
MC says the original was made with the idea you could just create the party you want and cross through to the long game. You can even have the main character die, disband them, and continue. Oh, interesting. So kind of more open-ended.
He was an academic, but he had a proper respect for fate's plan, unlike most gnomes. You're nervous. Relax. This is what fate weavers do. I'll be seeing your place in the pattern of destiny. Who you are, what you've done.
Yep, time for some more character development and some more bonuses.
At least I should be. You're real, right? I swear I haven't had that much.
I'm real. You must be drunk.
Fate's weave is always.
We'll continue to be polite.
It's in motion, hard to make out, but undeniably there. Yours is just missing. This
oh, good.
Makes sense. All mortal creatures have a place in the pattern.
We are the blank fortune cookie of Amalur.
If this is true, and I'm not saying I believe it, then your path is yours to determine.
Let's do it. Oh, yeah! Yeah, I remember this now. You can unlock a whole bunch of different classes, including, like, split classes, and swap between them at your leisure. So, we've got, like, specialty, like, rogue, fighter, and mage classes. We've got synthesis of stealth and sorcery, like kind of spell sword levels, and then you've got like kind of universalists. Oh, and in fact that's what the ultimate level is called here. That one's going to be very difficult to get, but we can pick any of these we like. We're going to go for Acolyte, of course. As an Acolyte, you're devoted to the arcane and mastery of elemental forces. You prefer to destroy your opponents with raw magic rather than through crude or mundane methods. We'll take that. And what else can we get? We could be a sorcerer if we just want to destroy people, but I'm thinking, because we're doing a lot of lockpicking and things like that, maybe finesse and sorcery? Yeah, up to the Shadowcaster. That sounds pretty good.
I can see the threads around you, but they're shifting, changing.
I think this is really cool, the way the class system in this game works.
The threads would guide my
MC says, rather than having NPCs help you, it's a bunch of adventurers smacking monsters left and right, all under your control, I'd assume. And you start as a farmer and have a selection of weapons from a pitchfork to a shovel. You know, I think I've told you. In Salt and Sanctuary, the really cool 2D Souls-like, one of the best weapons in the metagame is like just a gigantic skillet. Like the skillet that the joke class, the chef, starts with, is one of the best weapons if you level it a specific way.
It could mean nothing, or it could mean everything. The world is changing. You might be a sign of that, or maybe the cause. I've never had a reason to doubt my own readings, but we should consult with Arden. He's not a friend, but he's got a good eye for the tapestry. I'll meet you at his home to the east. I'm going to see if I can be of any help to the wounded at the tower.
Well, I mean, there's that dude who lost more blood than he could potentially have in his body. He might need a hand, but everybody else looked all right. Thanks.
Once I was Agarth the Unyielding, the Blade of Avgrun. I wrestled the Colossus priestess and declined knighthood by the High King of the Fae. I was a hero of men.
See,
That
like
wasn't
the
enough
world
for me.
of Amalur,
joined
the more and
the
more we
Fates
learn about it and
to
different
find a
things
way
that have
to
happened in
conquer
its history and the
destiny
like,
itself.
is very compelling, which is why I
Turns out
sincerely
fate
hope
is
that
the
we
one
get some kind of sequel or somebody else picks up the IP down the line.
You can find Arden's little cottage in the middle of Joven. Had to move there when he got run out of town. He's a damned good fate weaver. But that doesn't make you very popular. Especially not in dark days like these. We are all threads in the tapestry of fate. Measured, woven, and cut according to a great plan. Fate weavers undertake the task of reading those threads. Our title always was a bitter lie, since we have no
MC says the way you
control over
progress
how
your
that
class in
tapestry is
Dungeon
woven.
Siege is by using the class's weapon, whether it's melee,
And
range,
when
or
a
magic.
fate weaver looks at your
Yeah,
place
yeah,
again,
some games, I think
we
Elder
see
Scrolls
only
kind of
the shapes
adopted
of what
a similar
you
system and
choose
modified
to
it, right? Or I should say, no, Elder Scrolls used a similar system, Dungeon Siege came later, my bad. But a lot of RPGs from around that time experimented with systems like that. I generally like them. You get points in whatever you just naturally tend to do to make your way through the game,
Fate weavers were
instead
once
of locking
great
yourself into a
unified
class
order of
early on.
Sages from all the mortal races. We foretold the destinies of kings and gods. But that power takes a toll. Nobody likes bad news. And all the news in the world is getting worse. The order
So they were
splintered all
soothsayers who saw
Now the old
increasingly
traditions are all
bad
lost.
fortunes
And
on the
all I
horizon
foretell
for
is the
powerful
fate of
people,
my beard.
and thus
I see it being empty.
weren't terribly popular as this war approached.
Hughes was always an odd one. Curious and determined as any of his kind, sure. He never shut up about his work. But he always knew what was important. He didn't worry about dying as long as he knew he'd get the well working. The
And
Tuatha
lastly, the
aren't like
Tuatha.
any Fae I've ever known. They're cruel, bloodthirsty, and savage. Why, they're practically human. That's just it. I don't know if you've got one. But that's why we're going
We're
to
gonna
see
be with
Arden.
this guy
He
for...
lives in a
Well, he's
little
not going to
hut
be with us,
east
but
of
he's going to be with us for several
meet you there.
main quest story beats ahead.
What could this all mean?
Alright, thank you, Agarth. Take care. Happy drinking.
Still here, huh?
Is there
Can't
more
quite
we can
decide
do
if
with
you
him?
want to hear what the cards say. What could this all mean?
Oh, okay. So, if we go into our map, is there an easier way to... Yes, there is. We can see that our next main story beat is going to be over here. In the town, or outside the town, I believe, of Yolvin. I just wanted to point out a couple things. I think this, Karen Ralim, this might or might not be a major city or something. Or a major landmark. This is a Fae settlement, and it's home to the faction quest line I completed last time around. Very, very fun. The gnome capital city is down here, in Datir, Edessa. It's really cool. We'll be getting there a very long time from now. But as you can see, there's a whole lot of really cool areas to explore, and a lot of them are going to be quite diverse. We're not out of Alistar quite yet, so let's make tracks. None of the Tuatha dropped anything, did they? You can really tell that Todd McFarlane was involved in this game's art direction when it comes to the designs, and especially like the armor of the Tuatha, I think. Oh, here we go. The Legend of Dead Kell. Oh, it's one of the DLC quests. We got a naval recruitment letter. Alfar Navy recruitment letter. So the Alfar, some of the elves, maybe? Take heed, intrepid travelers, seasoned adventurers, and brave men and women of Amalur. A fiend is loose in the Frostbreak Sea. Dead Kell has returned, and his crew of hanged men trail a bloody wake. Will you let this stand? The Alfar merchant navy seeks dauntless souls in their pursuit of the pirate king. Do not delay. Draw your swords, raise your sails, and set a course for glory. Visit Rothier today. Yeah, so that's the first DLC's, intro beat, I suppose. Hold on, what are these quests? Yeah, there's the Dead Kel one, the Teeth of Naros. That's the other one. I received a package of special items. They're currently being stored in a chest in Gorehart Village. I should go there to claim them. Yeah, sure. We'll do this.
Of all the songs in halls of lore, there echoes none more grand than Olane's many feats of might, the pure and lady of the light. She is a knight of golden knot. She is the cure seeker, the conscience of the summer fae. She is the heart of spring, of day.
Absolutely gorgeous. You can find a number of these lore stones all around to find ballads that have been recorded by the fae to kind of record their history, or the history of the area. So it's a really cool, narratively compelling way to provide backstory. And again, you receive bonuses if you find all of the stones that contain different fragments of one greater story. So we've got a crafting component and shadow prisms. Ooh, like timed explosions. Okay, bombs, basically. We will take them. Yeah, why not? I kind of enjoy this, though, having like a nice little chill stream with you guys. Something nice and relaxed. Hello. Great armored bull thing. How y'all doing? We're about to emerge into civilization, however. We will be learning alchemy very shortly. Because every time I see no reagents found, it eats away at my soul. Oh yeah, this is a big old place. We can now fast travel to Gorehart. Of course, we can fast travel to a lot of places, I think. Anytime we discover a new significant area, we can fast travel to it, which is really nice. Oh, we can even fast travel to Arden's hut, which is, okay. And here's the point of departure for the DLCs, I think.
Everyone just stand back. The warden can't work when you're crowding so close.
Oh,
Go
looks like
back
we've got
to
a
your
crime.
business. Go
A
on.
murder? This is how you set the stage for a new zone.
Keep moving. This business doesn't concern you.
I'm the protagonist in an RPG. It does concern
no
me,
reason
thank
to
you.
be out in the open with the Red Legion about. What are they? I'm not sure, but they've been here for longer than any of us can imagine. They're older than the trees. They have to be. They grew them. Humans and immortals cannot live together in peace. At least not forever. The peace we have with the Summer Court is unnatural. That's
Great, so here we have a xenophobe. Trust me, the Summer Court are actually really cool. We'll be meeting them before too long. They're headquartered in that giant kind of greenhouse-looking settlement I pointed out on the map. Or at least the ones we can interact with are. And they're really nice, actually, in their own way.
Bandits, but no ordinary bandits. Surely you've heard of Red the Dead Edward. They say he drinks the blood of his captives, that he consumes their souls.
Oh, joy.
Perhaps those are just rumors. You should be fine if you stay inside the village.
So we've got raiders.
Once you go beyond the
Oh,
boundaries
raiders
of
that have
Gorehart,
injured a
however,
fae, I see.
Your life is in your hands.
We've got to do what we can to help, of course.
I'd never seen one of them until a day or so ago. It appears that a small group of warriors ventured inland to strike behind our lines. Believe the stories, friend. The Tuatha were mad. They have been touched by a dark magic. They are wholly corrupted, and they are the enemy. I don't know if you noticed, but St. Ordwig's mission closed its gate moments before that Fae's body turned up on the road. I don't like what that suggests. Not at all.
What do we know about St.
Brothers of
Ordwig's mission?
Ordwig's are an odd sort. scurrying back and forth across the mission like
Okay, so there's a
squirrels
mysterious
gathering nuts.
religious order in town. Bandits roaming around the outskirts, led by potentially a cannibal or something like that. And a fae who may or may not have been the victim of some kind of hate crime. Yeah, this is interesting. This is compelling.
One of two united factions that rule their kind. The Summer Court are not exactly allies, but they do let us be most of the time.
MC says, what I prefer in my RPGs is the idea of leveling through use rather than spending points in a tree. Yeah, if I gave the choice, if I was given the choice, I prefer that as well. If anything, it prevents a dissonance between gameplay and the character story. That, and it allows you as a player to get better or get rewards for using skills that you enjoy. So it makes the game more fun for you, I would argue. If we look at Blades, the way they do it is a mix of both, which I do like. Yeah, I think so. Even though trying to tie the narrative around the power and skills is a bit challenging. Also agree. Yes.
Are you playing a trick on me? I would hope so. We're going on 10 years of the mortals and the Tuatha locked in a deadly embrace. Normally, I'd decry the bloodshed, but this is a conflict that we cannot afford to lose.
There are basically no non-massive swords in this world, which is why we're sticking with a staff. Thank you very much.
Trust the monks.
Can we speak to the Fae? I guess she's not in adequate shape. There's also what appears to be a quest marker over at the gates of St. Oswin's.
I don't care what you race. It's a tragedy whenever anyone's savage like this.
Here we've got the good guy in the story, no doubt.
She's been beaten to the brink of death. The Fae may be strange, but they certainly don't deserve this.
No, they do not. We will, again, see more of this later on.
We keep a precarious peace with the Court of Summer, one that's tested every day. I lie awake at night worrying what kind of disaster awaits me in the morning. But we're a good community full of good people. We have our eccentrics, sure, but we work hard and
I wonder what's up with all of the strangely armored livestock. They're kept in pens, so I don't think they're meant to just be like war beasts or something.
I'm the Warden of Goreheart, and a poor one at that. I've been back from the war for only 6 months and been Warden for less than 2. Now here I am with an injured Fae on my doorstep. I'm a disgrace.
The idea is a lot of people around here are kind of harbor xenophobic feelings toward the Fae because they're very powerful and their culture is, as we will see, very, very strange. Really cool, but strange. So, yeah, xenophobes, again. Think of the way that the College of Winterhold was treated by the Nords in Skyrim.
Our fate rests in the hands of a few chosen who fight in the east. You wouldn't even know it in Goreheart. We're miles away from the smoke and the screams.
I could do without the continual groaning in the background, but
I've spent most of my life
it's a minor complaint.
But they aren't like us. Not at the core. They don't know what it means to be a man who sweats to feed his family. Goreheart has become a sort of refuge for those settlers who wish to live a life free of Fae. I don't see that lasting. Not with the war. Not with everything changing. Peaceful Fae make up the tribe known as the Court of Summer. They are led by a king in a faraway city, hidden from mortal eyes.
Yep.
That's about all I know.
And the Winter Court is completely ruined at this point. There's some holdouts, but a lot of them have become Tuatha.
I've seen many bandit clans in the Crystal War.
The Summer Court's largely intact.
A particular breed. They like their victims weak and bloody. The Red Legion has been a presence in the area.
The bandits actually seem like folks ought to be way more concerned with them than with the Fae.
I don't know what the Tuatha will be doing this far from the front lines. It must be something vital to their interests. They're a wicked breed, though, and I pity the man who meets up with them in these darkened forests. It appears she was attacked with some manner of short blade, likely a dagger, although there's no way I can be sure. People simply stood by as she called for help. No one lifted a finger. Can you imagine? It's shameful to treat another in such a way, even if she is a Fae. I don't know whether we possess the knowledge to treat such a
he doesn't like them either.
Frankly, I don't even know if I could save a mortal with such grievous wounds.
Maybe nobody here's decent. Yay.
It's difficult to say. We've been plagued by the Red Legion for days, but it's not their way to...
Maybe somebody at the mission?
They like their targets mortal. In case you haven't heard, there have been some Tuatha sighting in the woods to the west, so that's also a possibility. It's unlikely.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's the Tuatha. They're here after the well and us.
Well, you're the only one. With all the troubles we've suffered in this village, people are weary of adversity.
We're going to help,
Rather
of
just
course.
Ignore it.
Love me a good,
I'm going to suggest something
a good mystery in,
untraditional. There's a fae named Eri.
in an
She
RPG.
spends her days up on the hill overlooking the village. Seek her wisdom. I would do it, but I'm a coward. That's the truth. Perhaps a fae will know how to heal a fae. If not, then we're back where we started.
Alright.
She spends her days on the precipice overlooking the village.
Alright.
Stay in town.
Good to go. We will go ahead and take this quest. We will also start looking around the entire village. Now, I don't know if there's a penalty for, say, destroying boxes and things like that around the village. Not sure. We do have a smithy here. Yeah, there are guards, and there is, like, a crime system, so we do want to be careful in this game. That's not to say we don't want to invest a couple points in stealth and become really, really good at sneaking around and stealing things, because some folks have really good stuff.
If you haven't spoken to Arnik Arduna, you should. He's a friendly sort.
Don't start any trouble. Did you see the war sworn at the inn? I wonder if he's trying to find new hirelings.
Oh, the war sworn. They're like, elite mercenaries that I think we can join later on. Not sure, but I believe. Notice that with our perception skill, we get indicators on the mini-map for things like chests and other lootable areas. Anything worthwhile in the old dresser? Oh, I see. There's a steel percentage. None of this is great. Someone's journal. Is this, like, plot relevant? Come on. Uh-huh. She's dealing with loss? Brother Mason often says that Mitharu grants the greatest rewards to those who are patient. However, it's hard, and may Mitharu guide her when she finally knows the truth. Then she'll know a sadness that does not pay visits as a stranger, but as an unwelcome bedfellow, another shadow, a mold on your will, and a pall on your life. Today I thought I heard children's voices near the outskirts of town. I know it now for what it was, although I didn't recognize it then, nor knew it for aught but children playing. No, it was nothing but the ghosts of my children calling to their mother. There are, of course, no other children in this forgotten place. Huh. Something's up with Brother Mason, I think. Ostordura is here again, and again I'm reminded of war. Huh. That's concerning. MC says I would write my personal journal like that. Yes. Excellent, absolutely excellent, handwriting, apparently, if I can make all that out. I can't read my own handwriting half the time. We're gonna save here. And we're gonna take us some gold. Again, I'm a hero. I'm not, well, totally selfless. You guys never leave the smithy, so it's not like you use it for anything. This is somebody else entirely.
Going to earn a lord's favor in this ridiculous war, are you?
Ooh, that's not good voice acting. Oh, she offers to repair our stuff, though. That's pretty nice.
We here in Goreheart are far from the front, and deliberately so. Our hearts may be with the Alfar, but our bodies stay here,
Oof.
safe on the other side of Dalentarth. We've seen our fair share of dead. The truth is, we have as many cemeteries as we do settlements.
That's not just me, right? That's very bad voice
I
acting.
was raised to know weapons before anything else. You won't meet many women who could fashion arrow fletchings before they could speak.
I love this, though. Like, most major NPCs, you can talk to them, get a real sense for what's going on in and around their community.
Look around you. These are no mere woods. This is the heart of the Feylands.
MC says it's
Once
very
you
stale.
enter
It's
the
not just
forest,
stale, it
you
seems
won't
like
emerge
the...
again until you reach the plains.
Seems a little overdone without a lot of emotion, if that makes sense. Like, certain words and syllables are stressed excessively.
They are one
It
with
just
this
sounds a little
land in
off.
ways that no mortal race could ever be. They are true creatures of magic.
Now, see, she respects the
village,
Fae.
walk 50
Good
paces
for her.
in any direction and you'll find a Fae. Pray it's a friendly one. It is an Alfar stronghold in the east. And if the reports from the front are to be believed, Mel Senshir is all that stands between the Tuatha and us. I intended to pledge my sword to the Alfar, to fight the blasted Tuatha.
MC says it's
Had
red,
my
not
helmet
active.
freshly
Yeah.
polished, my sword sharpened to a deadly edge. Then I saw the carts headed west. They carried the corpses of the fallen, some all the way from Melsenshire. After that, my fire to fight went out. Forever.
Understandable.
I hear the warriors die as easily as any others, only they don't stay dead. That can be a problem during war.
I would argue the Tuatha die a whole lot more easily than most others. We'll see, like, the actual bandits, the Red Legion or whomever, are actually more of a problem than the Tuatha are at this stage, to us anyway.
Welcome to
Oh,
Gorhart,
she's the one who
the
kept,
last settlement before the Feylands. How can I fill your pack today?
who kept the journal.
The Alfar and the Tuatha have been at each
I
other's
may
throats
skip
for nearly
some
a
of this
decade now.
dialogue just to move the stream a little bit faster, but I will
If
read
they
it all.
can, the fools.
And if you're watching this as a VOD, you can pause it as
You'll
well.
find it settled on a small lake beside the eastern road. Compared to Gorhart, Didenhill could be called a city.
Okay,
The Fae are
interesting.
elemental creatures, magical and strange. It's best that you stay out of the eastern forest. I've seen
Yeah,
them
so
counting
the
magic.
further east we go, the more and more Fae
and dangerous.
influences
That's a long
in and
hike to
around
Didenhill.
the forest we'll see.
I refuse to speak of them. Please respect my wishes.
We can understand why.
Some call it the Camp of Cowards, on account of it being settled by those who refuse to enter the forest. Can you blame them? There's Nettie the Smith, and Nanny handles potions and remedies. The inn's across the way if you fancy a pint. Keep an eye out for the Red Legion.
Her voice acting's much better.
Me, widowed, going on 5 years now. All my boys were taken by the Tuatha. Both sons, my brother, and my beloved Avery. Wicked business, this war. Oh, I doubt it's an organized group. More likely that it's one scared idiot with a knife. I heard someone in the village mention the Red Legion, but that can't
The
be
Red
true.
Legion's a thing. Trust me, I'm pretty sure we fight them pretty frequently, but as you will see, somehow she has her hands on some pretty nice gear. Not like we're going to buy any of it, because we do not need to spend our money on any of that. Thank you, though. And thanks, everyone, for the backstory. We out of here. May go for like another hour and a half, something like that. Let us clear a zone or two. So there's going to be, once we actually get settled into the gameplay loop, lots of sections like this where we just meet everybody in a settlement and get lots and lots of lore dumped on us and context and things like that. Then we go do some questing, and kind of like Witcher 3, not to the extent of Witcher 3, mind, but like Witcher 3, a lot of the stuff in this game, or a lot of the quests, are really well written to feel both mechanically and narratively distinct from each other. So even if all of the dungeons or environments or things like that don't look totally distinct from the next, usually the quests will feel very different. Here we have healer in.
Stay indoors after sundown.
This is what on earth is this? Lawbreaker's Grotto. Oh, it's the prison. Lovely. Don't see any reason why we want to attempt breaking into there. Golden Age alchemy. Maybe somebody here can teach us how to pick a flower without crushing it in our bare hands. Which, in my personal headcanon, is what happens every time we fail to get basic reagents. Oh, you've got a quest for us, sir. Well, give us one moment. We just need to, review the premises. Make sure that, everything here is above board. Greater healing potion. Yeah, we're gonna take that. I'm the best hero, you guys. So far, we've done nothing. We have agreed to help investigate an assault, but, we've spent our time instead just kind of stealing things. You know, as you do. So at the alchemical lab, we can create, or if we get a recipe... we should be able to get, some healing potions. Maybe he'll teach us how.
Welcome.
Oh, hello, guard. Good to see you. I did nothing. Anything in here? Nah. Nothing worthwhile. Well, let's see what the proprietor has for us. Maybe asking us to find some reagents, which we definitely cannot do right now.
You there? Do you feel nauseous? Itchy? Have you noticed any blood leaking from your eye sockets? I've been noticing the symptoms everywhere. No, this situation could not be any worse. If the Red Legion is involved,
plague.
then we could all be staring
Or a
death in the
bioweapon or
face.
something?
What have I done? Haven't you seen
We'll
it?
get back to that.
The grim tower to the west. Avoid its shadow if you can, because what transpires
Oh,
inside
she's a little,
Alstar will benefit no one.
a little anxious.
I have seen many conflicts unfold, but never have I seen one in which the fates of so many are at stake. The Tuatha will not settle for simple victory. They want total domination, and will do whatever it takes to achieve it. They are the Undying, the corrupted. Everything in Amalur exists for a particular reason.
Right.
Except for the Tuatha. They're not meant to
Well,
be.
the Tuatha are just fundamentalist zealots who are part of a broader culture that apparently is very, very, very natural, like nature spirits.
For years I dabbled in alchemy, healing. Now I spend my sleepless nights in search of a formula that will end such conflicts forever.
Oh, that doesn't sound ominous in the least, does it?
Bandits, ruthless and well organized. The Red Legion is reaping many rewards by preying on vulnerable Almine settlers traveling east. Long ago, these villains confined themselves to the coast, but recently they've moved inland to avoid the war. Now they're our problem.
Oh, so they're pirates, kind of. Or more general
If you
raiders.
must know, my name is Nani Henry, formerly the chief alchemist of Alistar. But you wouldn't know what that is.
Ah,
would you?
the laboratory.
When the scholars in the tower ordered me to leave the grounds, I took refuge here. The Almain are a private people, keen to keep to themselves, like me.
Well, let's sell some of our stuff real quick. Can we sell some of our stuff? Oh, yes we can. Yes, we can. Well, I know I don't really need any of this. No. 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 We honestly don't need the longsword either. Helm. No. No. Definitely not any of this. There's going to be a lot of this in this playthrough, y'all. Just selling old crap we don't need. Here, have a skull. Here, have some bones. Here, have some documents that are too faded to be legible, but you'll still give me money for some reason. That'll do us.
Why ask questions when you could never understand the answers? It's clear your prowess is not with wit, but with a weapon. If you must know, something of value has been stolen. An alchemical formula that, if released, could cause untold devastation. I see
Oh, yeah,
symptoms
there is like a
everywhere.
bioweapon.
Only my apprentice
Great.
Karth and I knew of my work on the formula, but he's gone missing as well.
What's the formula?
It was
What are we
an
after?
early version, unstable and rife with potential dangers. My hope is to develop a weapon that the Alpha can bring against our common enemy.
Again, what could possibly go wrong,
To
right?
say more would be to reveal my secrets. All I can say is that it involves lesions, goiters, and a good deal of pus. His name was Karth Hilfred. I found him one morning outside my door, picking through the ember eyes. I was impressed how well he knew his way around a plant. I've never seen one
Aside
so
from that one
eager to
blacksmith, the
learn.
voice acting's been pretty damn good so far. Yeah, we'll help out. This is not something we want running around the, running around the forest.
It will be on my head. I'm not sure
I can't get over how cool our armor looks, I really can't. Like, this is starting level armor? Damn.
In the ancient chambers of Agnor Far Hall, an Irathi ruin east of Gorhart. Once you've ensured Karth's safety, you must learn what's happened to my formula.
So we've got to track down
When
the
you
apprentice
do,
and the weapon.
destroy it. It's the only way to keep us safe. The villagers believe it's haunted, but I have a feeling that's a ruse devised by the Red Legion. They mean to terrorize these people into submission, and it's working. I fear for his life. Karth was gifted in a way that I've witnessed in only a select few. If the Red Legion has him,
What do you want to bet
there's no
Karth is a
telling how he'll be
turncoat or
treated.
something?
Goodbye.
I mean, hopefully not, but I know how these kinds of quests usually shake out. It is a clear and distinct possibility. The Travelers are renowned as the greatest thieves of the Phalanx. Their camps in Dalentarth, the plains of Erithel, and Detir are open to all. Yeah, they're kind of the equivalent of the Thieves Guild. They've got really cool-looking stuff in and around their settlements. Also slightly problematic, the way they're characterized, but we'll get to that. They're a very cool-looking faction, I'll say that. Loading times aren't great, but they also aren't terrible. It's pretty standard for this kind of game as of the last generation. We've got the inn. We've got, oh, the special deliveries chest. This is what we want. Valley robes. Set. Oh, hey. A lot of stuff. A lot of really good stuff, including Running Man stuff. That'd be perfect for... Jesus H. You think we got enough stuff here? This is like all of the DLC items from the, the original release. New Twist of Fate awarded Confident. You follow your path with uncommon coolness and ease, rarely letting your situation suffer from extremes. Okay, so these are like little buffs. Preternaturally aware of the motions of fate, you not only alter the destinies of your slain enemies, but can absorb some of their experiences as well. Interesting. Well, let's throw on some of our new super gear if we can. The Flame. The Flame is a beacon standing tall above others. Those of the Flame draw the fates of others into their lives, for better or for the worse. The card of the Flame indicates one whose fate is bound to those around them. Ooh. Now, I do like my electricity, but that looks pretty damn good. We also have the Field. Presents an open possibility. This is a card that rarely answers to most seeking the wisdom. The Fate Weavers, it indicates... So they're like different tarot cards. Ooh, nice. And we've also got chakrams, which are like ranged weapons. Magic-based. We'll go with the Flame. Sure. It'd be foolish not to. Also, Feyblades. Feyblades are, yeah, this really strange kind of pseudo-Batleth-looking, rogue weapon. We're going Flame and Field. Now, what do we want? These are all helms. Ah, the Running Man hood. Any of these sorcery-based? The valley. Right, okay. Oh, that looks pretty cool. And this stuff is all, like, pretty good early game gear without just being game-breaking. I do like that. MC says, yeah, if only the remaster would improve on load times. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Did you know how much time OnLink takes to load? 0.89 seconds. Damn. A small game, but I did improve from the 1 or 2 seconds of the base uplink. That's really good, man. Good work. Very impressive, I think. Now we look, I would say, a bit cooler yet. Yeah, check that out. We're going to need to find a place to stow some of our stuff. Maybe the inn allows you to do that? So only daggers allow you to perform execution attacks. That's interesting. I thought it would be like any weapon or like any bladed weapon, something like that, but no dice.
Come in, rest your boots by the fire, and drown
Oh
your
dear.
worries in a flagon
This
of
angle.
our finest. I am Arnik Arduna, and this is the famous Gorehart Inn.
Oh, so he can train us. Train us in what exactly? Oh, detection for 15,000 some odd. No, thank you.
The lifestyle of a soldier did not suit me. Unlike many of my brethren, I wish to celebrate with others, not kill them. Starting a public house seemed the logical step. Established 70 years ago by the great Alden Gorehart, this inn was the first. Dida serves the finest ales, and upstairs you'll find Katrin the healer. Here's some advice. Avoid Nanny Henry. I don't know what she's brewing in her little shack.
So everyone in this town seems slightly suspicious of some of the
Don't
others?
you bother yourself with that. Gorehart is safe. Our greatest concern is passing the time. We can offer you a place to rest and refresh yourself. Interested?
Who? That's expensive.
We're here to serve. Don't worry about that, my friend. Don't let the concerns of our... There is no Red Legion. And if there was, it certainly wouldn't be out here.
MC
in
says the
Gorehart.
cameraman is trying so hard. He is. God love them. They're giving their best. Let me see. Is there not a stash or something somewhere around here? Bookshelf. The Adventure. No thanks. Maybe upstairs? Or maybe once I pay the flat fee, it's just mine? Well, since we don't have any gold to spend on anything else right now, might as well, yeah?
Greetings.
Or we could sell some stuff
Pull up a
to
stool,
Data.
stranger. We don't have much, but what we have won't leave a hole in your pocket. Are you here about that Fey girl they found outside?
Well, I am now. First things first, let's get rid of some stuff. Like, we don't need our base scepter anymore. We honestly don't need... Right, what on earth is this? Oh, increases our persuasion just by having it. That's nice. We don't need any of these now that we found them. Like, all of these were cool, but I'd rather store them if we can. Fine birch scepter and staff, don't need those. Now, the armor for the other classes I will get rid of. Like, running man, guardian stuff, we don't need any of that. Tower shield. No thank. Well, maybe the tower shield we'll keep. Wait, Shepard stuff. That's Commander Shepard from Mass Effect. That's the N7 armor. What the hell? Okay. That's Commander Shepard's armor. Nice, I guess. Yeah, we're not getting any money for any of that. That's fine. Can we get any of it back? Do they have like a buyback menu? Yes, they do. MC says, located inside each of the player homes and magically connected, or keep them in your pocket. Yeah. Yeah, I would, but all of the class-specific stuff is probably not what we're gonna need. And by the time we, like, say, experiment more or put points into the rogue stuff to get, like, a combo class, MC says games love crossover. Man, Mass Effect did right around the time of Mass Effect 3, which is fine. One of my favorite series of all time. Don't just forget that last one ever happened.
New to the area? I don't recall the last time I met someone who was unfamiliar with the
But by the time we get to where we're going to start using rogue stuff or skills, as well as magic, we'll be able to find much better
the
stuff.
Docklefar, however, are very friendly, but their charm masks a mischievous nature.
I know. I am one. Thank you.
I must be honest. Sometimes I forget who we are fighting. All I know is that the humans and Alpha have been battling the enemy for close to 10 years now. Nothing of interest to tell. I'm just a simple farm girl from the plains of Erethel. I left home as a girl and travelled west. Found
The
myself
Plains of
here in
Erethel are
Warheart.
another zone we'll be spending lots and lots of time in. That's where the mercenaries are headquartered, as well as where the Allied war effort is kind of being
All I know is
coordinated.
what I've heard from others. They say that the fair folk possess powerful nature magic. That would explain the beauty of these woods. I've worked here since I was a girl. Arnik runs an
MC
honest
says,
business,
we are the future, and
Arnold
this is the
treats me
best
like a
turf in
daughter.
Duskfall.
Though
No, it's
he
our
doesn't
favorite
say
turf
much.
in
If you
Duskfall.
need a healer's touch, Katrin works out of a room upstairs. She's Alpha, but I wouldn't hold that against her.
You're starting to get the sense that, like, people in Gorehart are, like, super
It's
racist.
as good a place as any, I guess. The Fae are strange, but they rarely bother us.
Like,
down
even
here.
by fantasy
I know
standards,
more
there's a
about Lady
lot
Henry,
of, like,
the
low-key
creepy old
xenophobia
alchemist.
in what these people are saying.
Vast rolling hills east of here near the coast. You should head that way if you wish to join the war effort. The Alpha need all the help they can get. I feel terrible about what happened to that girl. Gorehart used to be a nice little village. These days we're jumping at shadows. Bye.
Okay, thanks for the help. Now that we've got more coin, we will go ahead and rent that room. Why not? Where's the proprietor off to? He's somewhere around here. I love this song.
Don't let your guard down.
Oh, here's the healer.
I am Katrin. Do you require my healing touch in mind, body?
MC says, xenophobia is easy to creep. It's often easier to see the fault in others than in oneself. Yeah, but, like, this community seems really, really aggressive.
The Gnome's Tower stands
Or
to the
passive-aggressive, I
west,
should say.
past Warheart and beyond the ruins of Alistar Glade. However, no one should seek Alistar. Its secrets should... I am unable to watch while others suffer.
Oh, another Dark Elf.
Too
Nice.
many mortals have fallen prey to the Tuatha, and I could not stomach it.
I think the
So I
proprietor's
left my home in
one of the
Rathaim and
Yosselfar,
travelled
not the
west.
Docklefar.
There are many Allmain villages just like this one, yearning for peace.
The major
crying
city
out
on the
in
coast where the Allied war effort is
What good are
coordinated
my
is like
gifts if
a
I cannot make what is
Yosselfar
broken
city, I
whole?
think.
The Allmain were once different tribes that recently banded together to form an empire. They are formidable creatures, but new to the way of magic.
So the humans,
I
then.
buried everything I was when I buried
Some of the
my
humans.
family. That is the war's legacy for many of us. That is all I have the strength to say. Magic is a natural wonder, no matter how you use it. The Tuatha are the exception. Their power is tainted, and it has caused a grave imbalance. The forests of this region are one of the densest in all of Amalur.
They are the densest in all of Amalur, I think. The other major zones, outside of the DLC anyway, are like plains, desert, marshland, and then the very bizarre, frigid, and crystalline homeland of the Tuatha.
Find the fair folk if you wish to learn the ways of magic. They understand this world in a way that is hidden from mortals. You will find many Fae in Dalentarth, as it is one of their ancestral homes.
MC says, don't worry, Adder is not racist against Skovlanders. He just shot Strongbow to prevent civilian death. Shot Strongbow? Excuse me. What? What?
This has been
Help me out. I saw your summary, but what did you guys do?
After such a loss, one craves quiet. But it seems
oh man, my ritual actually would have helped then.
I require a nominal fee only so I may eat and have a bed. The glorious Alfar city to the east is where the forces of right gather to face the Tuatha. It is an enchanting place with a long history of magic. Be careful out there. May
Alright, well no, she can heal us up. How much would it cost? Just 52. Yeah, we've got over 5k now.
Be careful out there.
Okay, proprietor, where's that room I'm probably gonna need? So I can store stuff.
Hello?
In my storage. Seriously, where on earth did he go to? Feels like you're playing WoW on a very dead server. I kind of like that. Oh, he's here, about to just pass out.
How may I help you today,
Excellent.
my friend? We can offer you a place to rest and refresh yourself. You'll find that a place upstairs has been prepared for you. Stick around.
Is this my room now? Like, just full time, or? Wait, which one? Hold up. Oh yeah, the one the healer was operating out of. Okay. Oh, well, never mind then. We've got it if we ever need, like, a limitless source of healing.
Times are hard, but hard times...
Oh, this guy's with the mercenaries.
If you have the sword and stomach
the
for this
Warsworn.
sort of work, we could use another strong arm among the Warsworn. Peaceful enough, if it's peace and quiet you like.
I really like the Warsworn banner, don't you? Nice and simple, but the kind of heraldry you would actually expect to see in, like, an old, like, Western European noble's livery, or retinue. MC says, trying to terrorize the citizens, so he went to a mansion to do so. Adder shot one to scare and wound with the intent of not killing them. The guards reacted, Strongbow drank a rage potion, killed 3 guards, and we let the other 4 guards leave and not die. An enraged Strongbow was about to slay civilians when he was interrupted by a bullet in the kneecap. So, notice, whenever the comic relief isn't around, things just go to pot for the future. I'm just saying, maybe like the rest of you guys can only have these awesome action movie moments of phenomenal competence when you're offset by, like, a bumbling, like, talentless mage. Like, I can concentrate all of the comedy for a session on myself, and you guys can do what you need to do. When Thoro ain't there, though, everything just falls apart.
There's a war in the east, and Dalentarth's got our own troubles with the Red Legion thieves. Some say they've seen Tuatha in these parts. Fools. I'll believe that when I see it. That's me. Warsworn since before you've been drawing breath.
An Oathblade is like, a Warsworn officer, I'm pretty sure.
Easy now, stripling. Earn your way to Pledge Shield first. Then,
just
in
like
5 or
in
10
the
years'
good
of
Elder
service,
Scrolls games,
you'll make
each of the
oath
major factions has a number of different ranks that you can earn your way through as you progress the
name
quest line. I
taken
really
by
like that.
some lot of scoundrels
MC
to
says not true, it
glorify
went
their
wonderfully in the butchery. Yeah, but the butchery didn't help. The butchery wasn't what we were going for.
like a man. But killing the men who use the name is a start, eh? They're unlike any fae you've ever seen. Red eyes to match their armor.
Do you get it yet, y'all? The Tuatha are bad. The Tuatha are bad and unnatural. That's them Tuatha.
What have
you
you
know.
been living under? We've been at war with the Tuatha for 15 years.
Jeez.
Fae are folk, but not mortal folk. They're not concerned with the things we mortals are. Some may try to color it with fancy
So this will give us the
words,
recruitment quest for the
but
Warsworn,
we're
and I don't
warriors
think
for
any
hire.
factions are mutually exclusive. You can join and
You'll
progress
find
through
those
any
who
of
have
their
taken
quest
the
lines.
oath are held in the highest respect all over Amalur.
And I don't think the Warsworn force you to fight with melee weapons either. Like you can
could head
join any of
straight
these
to
as a mage or
Shieldring
what have
Keep
you.
And pledge your sword. Might work, but a commendation from me would carry a lot of weight. To earn it, you must do something commendable. There are 2 brothers, scoundrels of the Red Legion, named Osgar and Medgar Krast. Bring me proof you've dealt with them.
Alright, so just hunt down a couple bandit leaders. We can handle that. We can handle that easily.
We're fighters for hire. There are none better with steel, swinging it, or shaping it. And none held in higher
So they're the
regard.
faction just kind of generally designed for melee-focused or fighter-type characters. Though again, you can play any of these factions as any kind of character. The Wanderers, like the Thieves, are obviously for rogues. There is a magic faction, it's like an academy or something, I forget what it is exactly. And then there's all of the various Fae factions, which are kind of independent of class connotations.
Shieldring. The oldest
MC says, when I played this game after the first few discussions in town, I left. I am, very meticulous about getting all of the lore, even if it's boring.
For some time. Red Legion scum.
MC says, stop playing pretty soon after, but I didn't want to be in this town.
It may help to know Oscar
Well, there's a lot to do
favors
here,
the
actually.
bow, while Medgar favors the spear.
So we'll want to go for Oscar first when we
hides
find them.
somewhere in the woods north of here.
Oh no,
Medgar was
they're
last seen
individual.
east of his
Oh,
brother's
MC
camp.
says it's more about the
Bring me their
xenophobia.
Legion
Yeah.
banners, and I'll pay with coin and a commendation to join the order.
Well, maybe we can change things around here just a little bit. Let's see, you don't know till you try. Also, since we now have a pretty packed full inventory and solid gear, we're going to be looting very selectively from here on out. This is going to hold true for the rest of the game. Inventory management can be something of a pain. So we're going to want to reserve our loot, or our looting, for useful items that don't take up additional stacks in the inventory, like, say, health potions, or alchemical reagents, or weapons or armor that we know are either perfect for us or will fetch a lot of money. So usually any gear that has a title that is in green or blue or purple or yellow or something like that. Certain merchants in the world sell backpacks, which increase inventory limit. That's true, but we don't need those quite yet. Anything more in here that we might actually want? Strange shield, chakrams. Oh, much better robes. Hold on. Pensive set. Yeah, we'll wear that. Elixir of Inspiration. Instantly gain 500 experience. Yeah, why not? Magical Rod will help you find special elements usable in alchemy. Yes, please. Well, let's see what this even better armor looks like, shall we? All who desire to enjoy fate's favors must become students of its ways and follow closely in its motions. Oh, not looking too bad. Oh, hey! it's even in a color palette I can really get behind. Oh, and we get a longer little cape, too. Hell yeah. Well, now that we're out here, we've seen all we need to most places. I suppose we can investigate the monastery? Hello?
I'm not accustomed to all of this excitement. It was difficult enough to adjust to life during wartime. Now we have to be on our guard for Tuatha right here in our own home. What is this world coming to?
No idea, I just came to
My
this world.
experience
Sorry.
is limited to Arnik Arduna and Katrin Allway. They seem the same as any of the rest of us. Wiser, perhaps, but decent, hard work.
St. Odwig's mission, not Oswin's, my bad.
It's my understanding that they were once members of the Court of Winter, and Faye...
She seems a little more
something
tolerant than a lot of the people around here.
Took them and twisted them in its grip. I'm hardly a scholar, but I can tell you what I know. There are two Fae factions, the gentle Court of Summer and its coarser cousin, the Court of Winter. As a child, we were told stories of their ancient rivalry. In the last few years, the Court of Winter has fallen, corrupted.
The Court of Winter has not fallen, it's just lost a whole lot of its manpower.
It's the Tuatha we fight. And the Tuatha...
Again, I've never done this myself, but apparently you can find what remains of the legitimate court and work with them as part of a faction quest line.
I was born and raised right here in the village. Well, not in Gorhart proper, but on a farmstead outside the village.
Again, like, for a small village that is not too significant by the standards of the game, and there's lots of settlements in this game, there's a whole lot to do here, and a whole lot to learn.
Told, I know nothing of why the Tuatha's madness infected the Winter Court. All Fae existed peacefully for centuries, until the Tuatha got involved. It's sad. I would think
Indeed.
they were a myth if not for the Tuatha. Perhaps they view us as intruders in their lands. Perhaps they disapprove of us.
I actually forget where the Fae stand on the subject of mortals as a whole. We'll have to refresh our memory when we actually run into some of them.
Who became a miller's wife. Now I am the wife of a soldier. My duty is to hold vigil for my beloved.
Hey, Lack, welcome to the stream, man. Hope you're doing well. Been a while.
It's strange. Those old birds have been perched on that hill for as long as I can remember, staring down over the rest
So the monastery or the mission has been here for ages, and nobody has any idea what they're doing or even who they are. That's troubling, especially given the recent activity in and around the village. Like us, everything good? Yeah, man, everything's going great. Finally got a decent chance to stream closer to my normal time. Most of the work for this week weekend is finally done, so yeah, doing all right. Thank you very much. How are you? Oh, hello, Sister Zelda. You seem a little tired. Everything okay? This isn't normal.
Whatever you do, avoid the monks of St. Odwig's Perpetual. They deal in lies and false tenets. Their light of hope will leave you in shadow.
Yeah, they sound a little suspicious.
If the authorities' plan, then they would not exist in nature, period. Mitharu's divine order governs all, even the Fae. She was wronged by someone in this village. That is an injustice I can understand. By its appearance, you'd assume Gorhart is a pleasant place. Never make assumptions.
Yeah, no, Gorhart actually seems to be like a horrible place. Worse and worse the more we learn about it.
I baptized myself in the clear waters of Mitharu. I have undergone the ordination rites, and am as legitimate as any monk. You don't know. It is less a mission than a fortress of deception, a citadel of lies.
Glad to hear it, Lack, and glad to have you here, man. We're just kind of chilling with a pretty relaxed stream and game today.
Simply a soldier, marching to the orders passed down to him. None of them have minds
Father
of their
Dinwall.
own. He would be a good man if he could see past the rigidity of his faith. Mitharu
Oh, they're
embraces all, not
fundamentalists.
simply
Great.
those that the church deems worthy.
Great. The one aspect the xenophobic community was missing. Okay. Oh, and this is him. Father Dinwall, actually, like, just perched on the exterior of the monastery. Well, let's go ahead and pick up the quest, whatever it
to
is.
St. Odwig's perpetual mission. I would invite you in, but the Order has been too trusting in the past. We try to learn from our mistakes, although one never knows what might be a test of faith.
He's gonna give us
You
the
have
runaround, ain't he?
arrived just when I am in need of aid. So perhaps Mitharu is at work. I have been with the mission since its founding. These boys
MC
are
says you
like
want to
my
make this town better,
sons.
just burn it all.
I live my life as an example of
Yeah,
Mitharu's wishes for our
they're not very pleasant folks. I remember most of the rest of the folks in this game, or most of the other settlements, having a much better character overall.
Frustrating, that one, stubborn to the spirit. She claims to know the will of Mitharu better than those of us who have spent a lifetime
Oh
studying
god, this is bringing back horrible flashbacks of my
Only
adolescence.
she would be touched by the hand of reason.
Yeah,
The first
yeah,
works
we're
were laid
kicking these
50
people's
years
asses
ago
if we
by
can.
Odwig himself, before his demise at the hands of trolls. We honor him by converting the Fae to the worship of Mitharu. Alas,
So it's like
we
a
have yet to
pseudo-imperialistic
convert a
mission.
single one. But that does not keep us from trying. The Fae are stubborn fools. They treat their souls like toys.
And remember, the
with no
Fae
thought
are,
of right or wrong,
MC says anything you
chaos
wish to
or
share? Oh, no. The short version is, since I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes just before I was supposed to begin primary school, kindergarten over here, and we're talking, like, weeks before, like, the ink had to dry on the papers, right? My parents decided to homeschool me, and I come from a very, very liberal Christian family, and am myself, like, a professed, again, very liberal Christian. But the only, like, quality or, like, substantial homeschooling programs around in our area at that time, which offered things like actual classes you could go to and all that, were dominated by, like, hard right-wing fundamentalists. So, that was not a very pleasant social environment for a young person to grow up in and around, especially when it isn't like what your family espouses or condones, and it was an environment where everyone was constantly walking on eggshells, just not conducive to good growth or good learning, in my mind.
We at St.
But yeah,
Odwig's have worked
let's
for
see
years
what
to
this asshole
establish a
needs.
presence on this hill. It's not been without its
MC says disgusting. Well,
the call of the Phalanx
for a lot of
does not
people,
fall
it's
upon
because
deaf ears, and many of our
fundamentally
youngest
they
don't
were
have the will to
afraid
resist.
of things they needn't be afraid of.
Egan, for example.
But they let their fear
2 nights
control
ago,
them
Egan
into adopting a
ventured past the
particularly
walls to
hard-line
collect firewood
version of
and
the faith
never
that
returned.
is
We must find him
not
before anything
remotely
happens.
relevant to its stated principles. That had more to do with right-wing politics in the U.S. than anything else. It was hardly religious, actually. And using the mantle of religion to kind of preempt any criticism of their political stances.
Odorath is a savage land. Every day we must face both the beasts.
So he
of
just
the
wants
wood
us to find a
and the
missing
evil
acolyte. We can do that.
hearts. I fear for Brother Egan's soul. He knows nothing of the world of Fae and Alpha, trust and temptation. He is like a baby, eyes wide at the world around him.
Oh yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah, no, we'll help.
Mitharu be praised. His order reigns supreme. Brother Egan
I have a
was
feeling
last
once we
seen
actually get
northeast
into their compound,
just
they're gonna
off the
have
road near
something
the Fey
worthwhile
Woods.
for us. Or
Please
we'll
find
need
him.
to get in there for
Perhaps
something
then
later.
we can welcome you into the fold with open arms. He is a good boy, but our youngest, and Egan often suffers from doubt. That is to be expected.
Oh.
One can only grow out of conflict, especially
What do you want to
conflict
bet
of the
Egan's
spirit.
way more sympathetic to
I
the Fae or
tried
their
my best to
perspectives than the
comfort
rest
him
of the
and tell him
flock?
that wisdom would come in time, but he is impatient, rash.
Or he's done something
He wanted a
horrible, one way or
faster
the
way
other.
To enlightenment and power. Egan was last seen in the woods outside. Bless you, child.
Alright. Sister Zelda just conked out on the steps again, huh? Somebody get her inside? This is... y'all wanna help me with... No? Okay. Alright. is this? Oh, a chest we can loot. Signet of the Geyser, mana regen. We don't need the hammer. What is this going to do? Critical hit damage with magic. Okay, nice. We'll throw it on. Alchemy. Alchemy. Oh, that little branch we found just increases the, Sorry, we want, building bridges. Just allows us to see where, alchemy reagent, gathering points are located on the minimap. What are these? Oh, boggarts! Right. They're, we're going to deal an insane amount of damage because of the flame, which is A-okay with me. I do not care about breaking this game in half. They're like these adorable little, wood spirits. I love them, which is why we destroyed them all. Death's Touch. Cheery. Ooh. Oh, but they resist my electrical attacks. I see. I really like these little fellas. Ember Eyes? Yay. So we want to track down this Fae, who is... up and over. Right. Oh, real quick, let's, at least for the purposes of our mini-map, tag that ruin down there, unless we're supposed to head there for one of the other quests. Looks like we may do. Scepter, Prisms, Journal. Hello. What's going on? Saw something entering an overgrown thicket on the way to Arden's, and I thought I glimpsed something shining in there. Treasure, perhaps. Nice. Oh, this must be the ruin. Yeah, Agnar Farhall, where the alchemist's apprentice is closer to wait. We'll go ahead and take this one on now. Why not? I don't think any of these quests will impact the others, so let's do it. Old-ass ruin. Definitely not an Ayleid ruin, though. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to grab myself another drink, and we will keep going. Maybe we can have time for another full hour. That would be nice. Alright, let's see what we got here. Ugh. Along with, like, the caves we explored after emerging from the tower, this kind of ruin template is gonna be pretty common for dungeons in this area. Let's have a look-see. Oh, so Karth's not too deep in here, it doesn't look like. Cool looking door. Do we need anything special to interact with? Nope. Oh. Holy Moses. Oh, well, he seems fine. Hey, GPBS, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good day, and thank you for joining us. It's our first time seeing you, man. Is this game worth it? Yeah, MC says it's worth trying out. I would also agree. It's a game I've never beaten before. I borrowed it from a friend, the original release, and played about a third of it years and years ago, not long after release. But it's held up surprisingly well. The remaster includes all of the DLC, and I think even some original content. And it has a very interesting world. So if you're into lore, world building, characterization, things like that, there's a whole lot to explore here. If you just want an action RPG that plays really well, it's fine. The gameplay is rock solid for the era it was released in, but it's not like a Dark Souls or anything. Don't go in expecting anything like that. Yeah, I would recommend it, honestly. Okay, so, we're going to lose a lot of lockpicks until we start investing levels in lockpick. Jesus. Okay, okay. Get over there. There we go. Shards. We'll take the shards. We don't need the shield.
What you doing down here? Don't you know Agna Farhold is haunted by the spirits of the Arathi?
Oh, not a problem, man.
So, are you foolish or just stupid?
This can't possibly be the guy, right?
Not much is known about the fabled beings of Order. They abandoned this world long ago.
So think the aliens from Elder Scrolls or the Jidan? Was it from Mass Effect Andromeda? That like ancient race that was teased extensively and never amounted to anything?
I'm skilled in alchemy, but it has never brought me riches or
Yep,
respect.
he signed up with the Red Legion. What'd I tell you?
I will ever find glory in this life is as part of the Red Legion. She, like so many others in Goreheart, is prone to ignorance. She sees what she wants to see. I am her dutiful apprentice, and she is the wise mentor. Her whole life is a lie, she tells herself.
No, everybody in this town is so pleasant. I can't get over it.
And they were resistant about my membership at first. At least until I told them about Nanny.
Okay, so he lifted the weapon or the formula for the Red Legion, not for the Tuatha. So this could be worse.
No concern of mine. I simply want to be one of the Red. Oh, I see. The Twisted Gnome has found herself a champion. How delightful. Nanny always was a fool. So immersed in her work that she failed to see the deception before her very eyes.
So the Red Legion are deeper in this very strange-looking ruin?
Because I gave it to them. At this very moment, they are moving crates of it eastward towards the city of Rathir, where they will fetch a high price. Poor Nanny. So trusting, so pathetic. Of course she can never learn.
Oh, we're gonna have to fight him. Really now?
I'm sorry. I have no choice.
Dude, this is not going to end well for you. Or me, apparently. Well, at least he has friends. So, hopefully he feels nice and fulfilled. There we go. Jesus, man. Lay off. Rapid fire with that bow. Goodbye. Alright, what do they have? Super hammer, don't need that. Oh wait, all the crates are in here. Never mind. Some gold, that's not bad. MC says Red Legion secretly about oneology. They just seem to be a bunch of smugglers. I mean, very smug smugglers, but nothing special, necessarily. There we go. All we gotta do is just smash all of the chemical weapons in the cavern, and, you see what I mean, though, right? Like, with those archers and the damage output they were, delivering, the Red Legion are more dangerous than the Tuatha are, by a pretty wide margin. If we didn't have the Super Staff, it'd take a little while to take each of them down, too. Without our bolts, of course. But we do have the Super Staff, so we're gonna make the most of it. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Let's sidle a little deeper in. Yeah, we're unlikely to get many reagents from any of this. Not till we get a point in alchemy. Are these, boggart? No, they're not. Oh, brownies! Oh, how cute. How dead. There's that level, thank you very much. What were they guarding? Crude hammer, we don't need that. Staff, ring of fire shield. There we go. Armor, longsword, nah. Oh, it's a lore stone.
Sometimes this is too hard to believe. But you can accept the strangest fact that you were wrong. Yes, but that and this endless vacuity is horrible. The Ancient Ones were here. They delivered themselves into the world. The time-worn cycle turns with ages. The seasons drift along the stream. They wait for the past.
This is a great way to deliver lore, I think.
This is no place for a home, for anyone.
Well, let's go ahead and level ourselves up. Now, what do we want? We can take a point in persuasion, but we don't need that. Take a point in stealth, but we don't need that. Gems and the like, nah. Hidden treasures are displayed on the minimap. That's awfully tempting. But I think alchemy, MC says you cooked those brownies. That is, those are considerably less delicious than most brownies. Alchemy? Hell yeah, alchemy. We're gonna go alchemy, one more detect hidden, then I'm probably gonna work on picking up either lock picking or, stealth levels. How many points do we have? Just 3, huh? I'm going to keep buffing Stormbolt. Now we unlock different spells. Hell yeah. Special attacks from blocking. Okay. So it adapts the moveset. Nice. A shield. And, like, some kind of flame spell. Reduce casting costs. All these are great. All of these are great. I think we're going to pick up the Mark of Flame, and we're going to also pick up some Staff Mastery, because we're going to be using staves extensively. When we get 11 Sorcery, we will be able to upgrade to Initiate, which is what we want. Is one of those, or is the Ring of Fire Shield better? Just fire resistance. Now we can sell that. Because inventory management's such a pain, we can just sell that. May as well be the catchphrase of this particular stream series. You'll see what I mean. More brownies. These are going to be a little overdone. Hope y'all don't mind. Now check this out. Mark of Flame. Now if we hold it down, we can detonate that sucker. Haha! You can tag multiple enemies that way by just tapping it repeatedly. Another band of fire shield, we'll take it. Sandals of Hamaverk. Footgear lavishly enchanted to enhance the battle readiness of a novice war mage. They're actually better than what we've got. Armor, mana, experience bonus, and mana regen. That is, that's really good. MC says, oh, I forgot one thing about blades. We all had our little scene before the score. Ooh, anything interesting happen? All of that was good, as it happens. So we're still going to miss a lot of times we try to harvest things, but it is what it is. So boots of Hamaverk, what do we got? Or shoes of Hamaverk. Yeah, they look nice. I think I'll actually keep the pensive stuff for now. No, that'll do. The 5% EXP bonus is going to be more beneficial. MC says they're worth catching if you want to have some insight on the character. Oh, will do. You know I'm there for the lore. I'm all about that lore. There's actually some deeper lore to my character, and maybe if I can actually make it to some of these sessions, we'll be able to explore it a bit. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Yeah, magic is the way to go, my friends. Magic is the way to go. Magic's always the way to go in, like, a Western-style RPG. You know it's true. And I think he said maybe a couple of the shipments or a couple of the boxes were already outside, like en route to a port. So we may have to take care of some of these outside the dungeon. One minor complaint is it feels like the dungeons are a little too big for what they're going for. There we go. There you go. Let's tag them all. Yay! Here we go. Yeah! Oh, how do you like that? Very good. Longsword, nah. So as you can see, not as much lockpicking as I feared. But still a fair amount. We definitely want to get some points into this eventually. Squire's helm, student's buckler, no. Oh, hello.
These walls are grown and are built of stone. Lovingly this place was crafted. You see the lights, the mystic halls of ordered reality?
Ooh, those
They are the
subtitles are
faces
really
of
out of
Musa,
sync.
the
Yikes.
embodied truth of the lost souls. There are so many of them. Still, you can see them. They are like pathetic charades. Some with good intentions, and you can't fault them that. But the majority of them are just a hoax. Needless to say, I don't like it here. You
Back
could
to
have stayed
Odoroth.
free and lived a comfortable life, but you couldn't settle the disquiet that haunts people like you.
Oh yeah, the rest of them are all up here. Yikes. Well, we made it through the stronghold. No real issues at all, right? We managed to body the guards really, really easily. So we'll want to destroy those crates first, then go speak to the Fae overlooking the village to see if she can't help that injured Fae woman, who we are actually trying to help and totally not forgetting about, so we can go gallivanting collecting like 20 bear asses in the old RPG fashion. Oh, hello. Hello. Would have been a pity if we missed this. Oh, no, it wouldn't. That's all garbage. Never mind. Whee! Right, well, with that accomplished, let's harvest what we can. We're still not great at alchemy, but we are better at it. Like, we might actually be able to harvest Ember Eyes and the like more often than not now, very slightly. Which is good enough for me. I don't remember using just a ton of the fancier potions, so basic mana and health regen potions should do us in the short term. The boggarts are so cute. I almost feel bad destroying them. Almost. Oh, it's one of those things again. Hi. Hey, it's what used to be a member of the Red Legion. What's in the card? Oh, crafting items. Okay, we can make use of that. Easy peasy, y'all. This character's gone from being kind of frail to an absolute behemoth in no time flat, hasn't he? This will not hold true for the rest of the game, but if we specialize in our magic and develop it well, hopefully we should be able to make it through most encounters pretty easily. Death notice for Camden Wolflack. This official document is meant to inform family members that Camden Wolflack of the Alfar army has died in the line of duty. Oh, well, that's succinct and to the point. We may want to deliver that, if we can. Don't know if it's a quest-related thing, but if we're given the option, just seems like the proper thing to do, right? Here we've got Red Legion banners. So maybe they're like a deserting, oh yeah, I know Reckoning Mode's a thing, we just don't need it. Either they're a legitimate, like, military unit that, went rogue, or they're established enough to have their own, like, tailor-made, finery and the like. Which, I mean, good for them. Ooh, he wasn't marked, but he lit up due to his buddy detonating right next to him. Very nice. Alright, just 5 more. We got this. Nothing. Compassion. Wealthy patrons often provide new neophytes with such enchanted items to improve their chances of survival in the Scholia Arcana. That must be the Mage faction. Amon's Key, Winter. This key will open a corresponding statue of the legendary Fey Trickster, revealing its secrets. Nice. And a Bandit's Journal? The House of Ballads. That's the special faction associated with the Summer Fey we can join pretty soon. I believe that one of Amon's keys lies behind its high walls. If my scholarly work has been done correctly, the location of the keys will soon be done to me. 5 keys of Amon. We'll want to keep an eye out for those, then. Scepter of Dusk. Oh, additional damage at night. That's kind of an interesting effect to have in a game like this. Maybe we can find one of those bandit brothers we're meant to hunt down for the Warsworn out here as well.
She bested Threng in combat fair. Finian cycles kept. The exploits of this maiden's role, a burdensome and heavy toll. She lived among the mortal clans and bargained with their kind.
Squire's Kite Shield, coins, flake, bark. We don't need the shield.
Of the brilliant fighter near.
Do really like these ballads. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, powerful daggers just laying in the middle of the stream. Yeah, we'll take them. Why not? We can sell them. Oh, there's Oscar Krast. Yeah, one of the bandits we had to hunt down. Well, that was easy. Oh, dear. That almost hurt. Enjoy. Ooh, hold on now. That's better. Still going to need more levels in alchemy if we want to do this properly. A lot of the reagents are still going to be kind of tricky to harvest, I guess. Oscar Krast Blade. Yep, we'll take it. We need it. What's in the box? Who? Gloves with the anti-venom. Numbing Scepter, don't need that. Pristine Fire Shard, we do need that. And these shards, if we don't use them for crafting, we can sell them. I don't know if you saw when we had the store menu open back in town, but each of those shards sells for a fairly pretty price. There we go, this should do it. Protection shard, yep, we're good. So you see, the lore dumping takes quite a while, even though like the actual content is generally pretty interesting. But once we get questing, the game progresses at a pretty fast clip. It doesn't feel slow or sluggish in the least. Cotton shoes, are they better than what we have? No, they are not. But we can sell them. And so we shall. I know how Reckoning Mode works, thank you, we got it. There's a cave, like some kind of hideout back there. Well, can't access it from here. Ooh! No, you don't. There we go. MC says, yeah, it really is similar to Divinity 2. It feels really good. Yeah. Like, really, really good. That's the way. Ah, shard. Scepter, not better than what we have. Coins and shards, perfect. All stuff I can sell. Well, not the coins, obviously. Oh, the poor brownies, they try so hard. I'm starting to think my scepter isn't the greatest weapon in the world. May want to replace them with the chakrams, actually. Hold on. Like, less damage in theory, but check out the moveset. I mean, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll give them a try. Soft Scrabble powder. And she says, that's the way I burn it. I'm not usually a huge fire magic guy, but you know, when you give me like a game-breaking scythe staff early on, I'm just gonna roll with whatever you want to provide me. Oh, I bet this is the cave. Waterhole down, yeah. That we saw the exit to near the bandit camp. We'll keep it in mind. I want to get over to that lore stone if I can. And to the Fae, of course. Quests. Again, it's a beautiful game, and like the soundtrack, visuals, everything, especially for the time this game was made, are really, really impressive and well polished. Oh, here's the priest we were meant to look for, the acolyte. We'll be right back for him. Don't you worry. Quest called Crisis of Faith, so maybe we can help him either adopt some more tolerant beliefs or challenge the xenophobic priest's religious hegemony in the town. That'd be nice. Well, I say religious hegemony, but it sounds like he doesn't interact, or they don't interact with the townspeople at all. Nobody has any idea what they're doing there, which is problematic. Perfidious leggings. Ooh, pretty good finesse armor. Star thistle.
I don't know
You may
if
go
what
ahead and
they
take
say
those
about
to
these
sell.
stones is true, but if it is, well, this is just too good to not save forever.
Oh, it
Lystrom
records
was out of
whoever
town
is
when
nearby.
Artol was visiting. Now, Lystrom doesn't know Artol, and Artol is older and strange. She could be mistaken for a fate weaver. So, when Lystrom came back to town, here was
So we're just getting the
Artol
town gossip.
the oracular. I said to Lystrom, I hear her readings are amazing. You should go. My, you should have seen it. A rooster,
That's
she
precious
said,
in its
will
own way.
change into a man, and this man will become your lover. He will provide for you, and he will make you laugh, and he will make your life exciting and easier. But, and this is something you can never forget, he must never eat chicken. And once in a while, you will need to peck at things on the ground, and every morning at the break of dawn, you'll hear a loud cry from him.
Wow, boring community, if that's the hot gossip of the week, but alright. You do you. Oh, hello. Fae chest, I think. Lex says I can never get tired of the accents. Yep, some of the voice acting in this game is really, really good. Most of it is, actually, but some of it's, a little rough. Just a little bit. Come on, there we go. Shard. Thank you. Oh, wolves. That would almost be dangerous. I really do want to get that shield spell next, because, we can do a few things really well. One of them is not take damage. Or to say, none of them are take damage. There we go, that's the proper sentence construction. Because I'm a teacher and a professional who knows things. There we go. All of them down. Nice and easy. Dropping gold. Just a staff, don't need that. Thirdens charge. MCS, what is language and how to consume? Here's the Fae, the first one we really get to interact with who isn't Tuatha. I love the look of their costumes as well.
I am called Aerie. Your face is new to me. You are different from those in Gorhart. They amuse me, and I strive to learn all I can from them. Have you come to ask about the Tuatha?
I love their voices.
I can offer only what I know, and hope it will suffice. I wandered the forest for many seasons, listening to lore stones of the great ballads. Before that, I dwelled in the gardens of Issa. I prefer the quiet.
That's the giant settlement we saw on the map. The Fae are good people, we'll see. They will become like some of our best friends further on.
I feel them near, flitting through the western woods like shafts of shadow in the sunlight. What could have brought them here, I wonder? The Tuatha do not trouble themselves with easy prey. If they prowl these woods, it is for worthy quarry.
So they probably didn't harm the Fae woman.
I adore every sad soul in the village, even stubborn Herc with his tender heart, and drunken old Arnick. The widow fascinates me. She has no idea that her lover is dead. I watch them from my perch, hoping to learn the meaning behind their pursuits.
Oh, would that be the guy we found the missive concerning?
Each of them in eternity. Alas, I cannot.
So see, the Fae, most of the Fae are more like her than the Tuatha. They're not bad people in the least.
I find them so interesting, from their vestments to their odd habits and demeanors. Just yesterday I saw a monk from the Almain mission sneaking through the underbrush.
That would be the acolyte.
Strange creatures you are. Strange, but glorious. We are kin to the seasons and cycles of all life, to new life and perpetual growth. Mortals may view the warmth of the petals and smell the beauty of a newborn bud, but only Fae know the
Fae kind of run the show in and around, or the Summer Court run the show in and around Dalentarth. The elves and humans actually dominate the plains, and once you get over into the eastern continent, it's all Winter Court. For like that entire last little section of the main game.
Fae lands? Yes, I've heard these words before, but do not understand their meaning. There are only Fae, and there is only land. I do find Almain sentiments so charming.
That's a really good answer, actually. Again, I love the Fae. I love the way they're written.
They contain memories, great moments, ideas, songs, and inspirations. The Fae do not record their words in ink or on paper. Ink fades, paper crumbles. Lore stones mark where our kind has made a lasting impression, where the seasons slowed to take a
Wait, so did one of them just not have anything recorded or, like, grafted onto it when that poor woman just came up and started gossiping to it for no reason, and that, like, overrode whatever great historical occurrence the Fae were trying to commemorate there? That's pretty great, actually.
I cannot reveal much. The gardens are the jewel of the Summer Court, a wonder beheld by...
Issa's a really cool place.
It is located far east of here in a wood so thick it would devour all but those who knew its secrets.
We can get in really
Do not
easily,
pursue
actually.
Such mysteries, mortal. They are not for you. Yes, I witnessed this crime, although I did not recognize the one who perpetrated it. It is often difficult to distinguish one mortal from another. The victim was Illuvia, but I knew her only by name. You must be hoping that I can offer advice, but I cannot. If she is meant for the Great Cycle, then so be it. However, I would be quite interested to find out whether one of my kind would benefit from...
Oh, so we'll have to go see the healer.
I've always wondered. It will need to be powerful. Your delicate forms are far more sensitive than ours. In fact, it's astounding that you survive as long as you do. All of us are at the mercy of the changing seasons, mortal and fey alike.
Right, so they die and are reborn. Again, just like the Daedra in Elder Scrolls, I should say.
The passing is keeping with autumn, and is as natural as the eventual rebirth. Farewell.
Alright, so, guess it's back to our totally hapless, Warden to give him the not-so-great news. Oh, Lorestone, I totally missed. Hello.
I have a secret to tell you. I am not sad. When I was a girl, my father used to tell me that when you grow old with someone, you tie your fates together and create a pattern that is part yours and part theirs. My father said that this is why when an old person dies, their partner is never far behind. But I do not feel that way. I feel free.
Is that the widow from the general store? Maybe. Voice sounded kind of familiar. Alright, bro, let's see what you're about.
Yes? What could a mortal vagabond need with Casmaran the Eternal, messenger of the Fey folk? Speak!
Yep.
My time may be of the ages, but it is
He
still
has adopted a Fey point of view.
I'm new to the Feylands. Until I joined the mission, I'd never even left my home village.
And in fact,
That's
he's
why I
participating,
volunteered.
I think,
I
or
wanted
trying
see the
to,
world.
in an important
I
Fey
want to visit
ritual.
the gardens of Issa, to meet gnomes and Alfar, to live. The Order of Mitharu was a good way to leave home, but I want so much more.
So he wants nothing to do
Father
with the mission.
Dimwell and the others are fools, and their silly mission will wither and crumble. Finnet and Arbos have glimpsed it with their ever-seeing
Good
eyes.
man. Don't, like, coerce the natives to abandon their practices or their faith. Good man.
Mortal races have no lasting grasp on this world, and in time the fair ones shall be our masters, beautiful and mighty. It sounds rather silly, doesn't it? I had a feeling it would. I need a mage name for when I become all-powerful, for when my magic is so
we
great
can help
that
with
no one
that.
will dare dispute me.
As it happens, magic is not the secret. Just getting a really powerful-looking scythe staff out of a box is.
No? And those were the good ones. They believe I have the potential to succeed where all others have failed.
I think this is kind of a backdoor into the House of Ballads quest line.
And they will bestow upon me the wisdom
I think
of
it's
the
House
Fae.
of Ballads. The Winter Court faction line,
Legend
quest
tells
line.
of the great Fey city hidden beneath the canopies of Dalantarth. I've never met anyone who's been there, but I'm sure it's real. Yes, I'm quite sure.
It is marked on our
I
map.
doubt in
It
my
is
mind.
the size of an entire district of the forest. It's right there.
Father Dimwell
Whatever.
sent you, didn't he? Old fool. His path to power was too plodding, and now he wishes to slow me down too.
Well, I say
have new
he's
friends,
good people. It
Fey
seems like
friends.
he's kind of
They are
obsessed
named
with
Finna and
power for
Arbos.
power's
They
sake,
have
but
sworn
still.
to share their secrets with me and to gift me with true magic. In exchange, they want an ancient treasure buried in the caverns of Waterhall Down. I'll retrieve it, eventually, as soon as I,
Oh, I see where this is going.
They are Fey twins, and they are beautiful, magical creatures. They've promised to teach me magic.
Tricksters, do
to
you
help me see
think?
the world as it really
I mean,
is.
he seems like a good
All
mark.
they require of me is to fetch for them this relic. It's quite a bargain, believe me. Fine.
You'll
you want
die
to be
without
so
me.
noble, but don't expect any of the treasure. This is my key into a powerful new future, a future full of magic and wonders. It is called the Selkie Veil, and it's said to possess the power to transform its wearer
Ah.
into any form he wishes. Finna says it belongs to the Fae, but was stolen.
Well, that's interesting.
I don't know much about the relic, only that it was supposedly crafted by a Fey mage
Oh.
named Armin the Clever. is a
Amun, you
good
know, the
name.
trickster god.
Not as good as Casmaran, though.
This is
It
gonna
is
end
in the
well.
caves of Waterhall Down, a refuge for the wild Fae.
The wild fae?
Bye then.
So maybe like the boggards and the like, hold on, we'll be right with you. First things first, we've got to teleport back to town to sell some of this stuff that's tying us down. Yep. The House of Valor, known as the Jewel of Detir, is an excellent place for gladiators and gamblers to make a living. That is the faction quest line that was sealed as on-disc DLC at launch. Not a good look for Amalur when it first came out, believe you me. So we'll go see the healer, and we'll sell a bunch of stuff, as is the custom at the time. What are we thinking so far, guys? I think this is a really strong game, and while it's going to produce some very chill streams, at least if I don't have co-commentators or something like that with me, which I would love to have, if we could get, like, Exit and or Seth on board. I think it's going to be a really good game to kind of de-stress with from time to time. And MC says, good old selling junk in towns. Yeah, one thing I don't miss from RPGs at this time. Not in the least. Well, let's sell our stuff.
Yeah, what can I get you?
Can I interest you in rusty old daggers I fished out of a lake? I think that's just what this area, or this bar needs. MC says, I mean, RPGs still do it. They do, but it seems to have gotten better. It's become more manageable lately. That could just be me, but... Oh, no, not the Valley shoot. Well, if we're getting rid of the Valley stuff, let's get rid of all the Valley stuff. Screw it. The band and ring of Fire Shield, what's the difference? Fire resistance. They are the same exact thing. Okay. Oh, and all these shards. Yeah, these cloudy shards, we'll go ahead and sell them. We need the money. For something, eventually. Trust me. And these journals. Don't need those. Where are our weapons? Anything that is not a mage weapon, we do not need. Goodbye, fate weapons. That is, a sword or something. There we go, that's much better. MC says, Avenger does it too, in a sense. No town, but still a menu. Well, yeah, but I mean, leave it to Avengers to take an outdated concept and somehow make it worse. Did you know that its player base is already tanking? Like,
What is it?
Lots of people have been, like, quoting the phrase Marvel's Anthem. It actually seems to be doing worse than Anthem.
You made it. Just in time, too. Give me the potion. It will help, but it's not enough.
Oh God, his
Let's
eyes.
Go to the Fae and explain what happened.
Oh Jesus Christ, what was up with his eyes?
Understanding, and we'll no longer just be strangers to the Fae. We'll be enemies.
So I guess he would have asked us to go get a healing potion from the local healer. Someone must go to the Fae.
I'm not sure yet, but this is bad. She's Fae. Even worse, she's a knight in the House of Ballads.
Ah, this is going to take us to the House of Ballads then. Perfect.
So it must have been someone in Goreheart. If the House of Ballads learns of this, the king will burn Goreheart to the ground. We could go to the Warsworn and get an oath of protection, but that would require payment. We mustn't cover this up. But who do we tell?
So we have a choice. Obviously, I'm gonna do the right thing and go talk to the Fae. I don't want to further exacerbate tensions here. And the humans are also in the wrong. So it's only right to, like, try to deal with this the proper way.
Court of Fae heroes. They are warriors without equal, with centuries of glory to their names. If one of their own was killed by a mortal, the House of Ballads and its king would bring a fierce vengeance upon us. Goreheart would be a ruin by day's end. You're turning out to be very helpful, my friend. You have my gratitude.
I'm pretty sure that the House of Ballads may be in the Gardens of
The House
Issa.
of Ballads has its headquarters not far
Oh
from
no,
here.
no it's not, never mind.
To the northeast. Try to gain entrance if you can. Once they fought the beasts of chaos, marching to glory through many victories. Sadly, they fell, as all great men do. Now they're nothing more than hired blades. Anyone can earn their allegiance with a few
So the
pieces of
Warsworn
gold.
used to be heroes, and now they're just sellswords. Great.
All I know is what I learned in my youth. The heroism of King Wenson and his court of enchantments. My gran spoke of them nightly as she sat by my bedside. For all I know, the House of Ballads is nothing more than myth. But I have a feeling that it exists.
Oh, the House of Ballads is
somewhere
very
out in the
real, and
deep
it's also
mists of the
very, very
Feylands.
cool.
It's east of here, in the meadows of Yolvin. The Feylands are a wicked place.
Wait a minute.
Crawling
Hold
with
on.
creatures so
So,
strange you'll
how do
assume
we
they're
go
dreaming.
from him saying... There's an issue with this writing. He says that the Fae who is injured is a knight, so like a courtier of the House of Ballads, so clearly demonstrably a thing. Then he says, for all he knows, the House of Ballads is just a myth. Then we ask him where it is, and he's able to pinpoint its location for us.
Farewell.
Okay, sure, whatever. Little sloppy writing, but that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. We'll go ahead and sleep to top off our health. There we go.
Hello.
Oh, and we can turn in that quest at the alchemists. Then we'll go explore the dungeon with the priest, and that may or may not bring us up to closing time. So much to do in one tiny little area, right? That's the way this game is. There's tons of, like, really quality quest content everywhere you go. Everywhere you go. It's kind of like Skyrim, but fun. More fun, I should say. Again, I don't want to suggest Skyrim's a bad game. It's just not my favorite RPG. So, yeah, the House of Ballads is actually right over here. MC says, Witcher 3 before its time with a drunk cameraman. Yeah, kind of, exactly. Oh, so I was way off. Issa's over here, in the She, and, the House of Ballads is right here. Which is also not in Glendara, as it happens, but whatevs. We may conclude today's stream by heading up there, then. So, we were meant to go see the apothecary. MC says Skyrim's a bad game that's a good time if you heavily mod it to slow down the pacing. I would actually say, for the time it was released, Skyrim is a perfectly good game, but when it comes to all of the world building and faction quest lines and a lot of the cool stuff about the world I came to appreciate in Oblivion, a lot of that's absent. A whole lot of that's absent.
Talking about the attacks, they say that the Red Legion is receding back into the shadows from whence they came. It is all thanks to you. You found the formula and destroyed it. Now, you are a friend to this village and to me, Nanny Henry. Take this. It is not much, but it gives you
I
an
will
idea
gladly
of
accept a
gratitude.
reward. Oh, yeah, that's robes, potions, and some gold.
They seem so eager to aid me in my work that I failed to pursue the proper references. Yes, I have only myself to blame for this catastrophe.
MC says Skyrim story?
How was I
What
to know
story?
He was a scout and a thief. His
Fair,
interest in alchemy
honestly.
appeared genuine. Our friendship was that.
But hey,
genuine?
Mario voices a dragon, so that's something.
Goodbye.
just trust me on this. Next time you make an Elder Scrolls game, for starters, begin from scratch. Don't, like, Bethesda has to stop using the same model, the same engine, the same rough template for every single game they produce. It's not going well. Wasn't going well back then, it's certainly not working well now. But capitalize on the, like, interdimensional, like, realm-hopping Daedric aspects of that world and that story, or send us traveling around to multiple different countries or kingdoms or things like that, because the most interesting parts of the Elder Scrolls games are always the cultures and kind of, socio-political systems of the different, communities you can interact with and explore. Not how many weird old caves you can find slightly better or slightly cooler looking knives in. For God's sake, just give me a game based around traveling around the actual realms of Oblivion, and I will be happy as a clam. Oh, we got... Oh, Red Legion. Okay. Thought it'd be wolves or something, so, you know, an actual threat. Yep. Well, let's go see this poor idiot who's found himself the target of a bunch of Fae pranks. Probably. Oh yeah, we've already got a faction quest. Commendation. Alright. Lead the way, hapless victim-to-be. MC says, oh, the lore of Tamriel is super dense, and the Dragon Crisis is a really good idea to do, but they really failed to make it. Imagine Dragon Crisis like Dark Souls 2 style. Yeah. That'd be solid, but I also feel like they just didn't do enough with the actual world or character building in that game, because you have all of the different holds of Skyrim, right? And each of them feels culturally and visually very different from one another, but there aren't, like, some of the complex quest lines for factions or for individual, like, leaders or jarls of the towns that you had in earlier games, because, again, like a lot of games in that last generation, they kind of developed this fascination with endless content, so, like, missions that would kind of randomly generate themselves.
I'll ask you to stay close. I have no courage to speak of. Honest. Ask Father Dinwell.
The Daedric quests were, along with the Civil War, easily the best parts of the game.
Local legend says that the great Fey mage Armin the Clever retreated to these caverns to hide his treasures from mortal hands. Among them, the Selkie Veil. Goodbye now.
Right, okay. Alright, hold up now, we're gonna get the treasure. If you're gonna drag me through this, we are going to get treasure. What's in the pile? Abso-friggin-lutely nothing. MC says the Civil War was interesting, but also poorly executed. Better than much of the rest of it, I would argue. Oh, just boggarts? No, we can handle this. So satisfying when they just bust apart. MC says pick a side. In the Civil War, I always went with the Imperials, because they... Well, and it's quite disturbing that a lot of people don't get this. The way they're presented, the Stormcloaks are... Oh, Jesus Christ! Whoa, we just got juggled like you wouldn't believe. Okay. We need to be careful moving forward. Yikes. I forgot about all the different types of traps in this game, so I'm going to be stumbling onto them left, right, and center. But, like, the Stormcloaks were written in such a way that they are pretty unambiguously villains. Like, maybe a lot of them are well-intentioned folks, but they're aggressive, xenophobic nationalists. They're... Hey, another one of Amun's keys. That's 2 out of 5. MC says, I wish there'd been a way to reconcile the Nords and Imperials by beating down the Thalmor. Yeah, or if you could find a way to just loosen the Thalmor's grip on the Altmer society. Because the implication in the lore is by the time of Skyrim, everyone hates the Thalmor, even their own people. Alright, more of these little pixie monsters. There we go, overkill. That's the way. Okay, so we're still not all that great in, like, standard combat, but when we get our hands on some actual spells using mana, it's game over. Okay, that looks fine. Blacksmithing, we're not really interested in that. MC says, yeah, I always go Imperials as well. Never did understand why so many folks seem to prefer the Nords or think their cause is just. They're kind of not. Like, at all. Yes, the Empire's inefficient, and actually, by the time of Skyrim, the idea is they're less corrupt, as much as they are kind of an empire in gentle decline, but they still uphold general values of egalitarianism and inclusion, whereas the Nords, or the Stormcloaks, are a bunch of violent, like, really aggressive racists. With some interesting lore, but I mean, that's about it. So, persuasion, what do we want? Persuasion, lockpicking. Let's go detect hidden, then a few in lockpicking. Increase the amount of gold found, huh? Oh, you can disarm traps. All of these sound good. Maybe I'll level up detect hidden, persuasion, and lockpicking kind of in a round for a while. Like in a sequence, a set sequence. Yeah, let's improve that. All casting costs reduced. Wait, we'll undo that. Give me Sphere of Protection. Yeah, the shield. It's a very weak shield, but it'll do for now. More powerful staves. And more powerful flame. Yeah, no, I agree. MC says, I think people side with the Nords because of the introduction. Yeah, you see the absolute worst of the Imperials and the absolute best, like, moral performance of the Stormcloaks all at once. But then, for most of the rest of the game, you see the exact opposite. There we go, we found us a hidden object. Iron, ooh, electrified chakrams. We are going to equip it in Weapon 2's slot, and other than that, we're fine. Check these out. Yeah! Now that's cool looking stuff, man. Let me know if it looks like I'm missing any lore stones, too, because, they are easy to miss, believe it or not. The Squire's Scepter. Sturdy hand wraps. Slightly better than what we've got, but doesn't give us all the bonuses. We'll go ahead and take these. We can sell them. Any gold? There we go. Static hammer. Assassin's Aegis. Should an assassin fail to pacify a target without being detected, This necklace aids them in executing an alternate approach. 10% physical damage versus heavily wounded enemies. We'll take it, because we can sell it. I don't think it's going to be useful for this build, but it's a thing.
I'm more
Okay, buddy, what do you
powerful.
want?
Cave creatures will run from me. See you later.
Well, I see pressure plates. They're mines. Never mind. Never mind. I thought they were pressure plates, but, nope. There we go. We're learning. Slowly but surely, but we're learning. Hey, the Selkie Veil. It's a hood. An enchanted creature of the Northern Isles was said to feed on mana reflected from mortals attracted to the arcane veil. Oh dear. Shield. Doesn't do much, but it does something. What did it drop? Oh, gold. Nice. Well, he was, no help at all, was he? Oh, for those who are interested, the entire Bloodborne series is now up over on our YouTube channel, so if you want to see probably the most agitated I've ever gotten in one of these streams, check out, I want to say it's episode 8 of that. Pretty good stuff. MC says, excuse you, standing still and looking pretty is an important job. Apparently so. Well, I mean, you saw his character model, though. I mean, like, these faces, aside from the player character, who seems to have a much higher resolution texture, and, like, faction NPCs, he is not looking pretty. No, these were Red Legion lands. Now it's all my land. All of it. Man, these archers are fast. Right. Bit too fast, honestly. Now let's go report back to our fearless leader. Oh, but not before checking out this secret treasure over here. Gold. Perfect. Hey, it's the Fae. Hold on, be right with you.
Casmer, our bosun Finner will be waiting. Come, their camp is not far. Bye then.
This can all land well.
What is this? A little Egan has made a friend? I have a feeling this is going to be a problem.
She isn't Fae. Yeah, no, she's, Yokelfar. Or no, sorry, the Dockelfar. Dark Elf, I believe, like we are.
A charming boy, but simple. My brother and I do prefer them witless and eager. He would have done so much more for us if not for you.
Well, she's abandoning all pretense quickly, isn't she?
Before the war, we plundered Rothir from within. We were so successful that the Warsworn had bounties on our heads. Not much, but enough to be proud. Sadly, all good things must come to an end. With the arrival of so many wartime outlaws, we were forced to relocate here. It was for the best, if you ask me. Legend states that the wearer of the veil will be granted strange abilities, fey abilities. So you can imagine why my brother and I...
yeah, let's take them out.
Obviously, anyone who has ever glimpsed a fae would know that. Unlike little Egan here, your head holds
It's a shame, too. That doesn't say much for Egan because we're, like, literally 2 hours old at this point.
So oafish you can fill your pockets with hardly any effort. Are you going to give us what's rightfully ours, or do we need to start a new game? My brother and I are always ready to play.
then you'll have to pay for it with your life. You see, we have much invested in this deception. We may be criminals, but we're an honourable pair. We worked hard for our prize, and now we
Right. So, see, here's the thing. I would normally love to go with this persuasion check and just walk away with the veil, but these people are bandits preying quite successfully on a bunch of innocent people during wartime, and, yeah, sorry, they're not getting to walk away from this.
Choice. Besides, Egan was just an instrument, a tool, as I'm sure you discovered. He can be disposed
Lady, you do not want to see what I've done to an entire detachment of the Red Legion. Alright. Armos, you'll be up first. Can't have a bow flying all around, and the only person using projectiles around here, man, is me. Oh, I'm out of mana. My bad.
No. How could I? Before I came to Goreheart, I'd never known anyone outside my immediate
poor guy.
family. Everything was so new, so magical. You must think me a fool. And Father Dinwell, come, let's return to the mission. I must ask forgiveness of so
No,
many.
kid. This doesn't make things better. This isn't the right thing to do. There's actual Fae. Look, right? They're right over here. There's one of them right here. Like if you'd have gone 20 feet to the south, you'd have met actual Fae who would be absolutely delighted to interact with you. Yeah, whatever, dipshit. Let's get you home. MC says that's also the plot of an episode of Person of Interest. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah. It's been ages since I watched that show. It's a really good show, though. The actor who played Mr. Finch also performed as one of the better, season or arc-long main villains in Arrow. Easily the best main villain of the last couple of seasons.
What is the mission hiding? Why are its gates forever closed? These are the questions we all should be asking. The Fae are not our enemy. Only those who seek to poison us should be revived.
I mean, I agree with her on every point.
Listen to me, friend. The monks of St. Odwig's fear truth.
Maybe if we return him, though, we'll be able to find out what they're hiding.
Must we return to them? Although all of those things are quite frightening. Bye then. Must we although all of those things are quite frightening.
Dude, make up your mind.
Perhaps it
Okay,
is for
yeah,
the
you're going
best.
home.
This new world is far more dangerous. Bye then.
Well, normally I'd feel bad about picking a lock to somebody's, safekeeping areas in broad daylight, but it's these people, and yeah, no, screw them.
Egan has returned. As for you, you have done as I asked, and we here at St. Odwig's are forever grateful. Consider this meager reward a donation to your cause. It is just one, to be sure.
It's, you do realize I'm going to go help the Fae. That's my cause here, right? But, alright.
That Egan has been returned to.
My hero.
Oh, right, and now Sister Zelda's going to have a quest for us. The reliquary. Maybe like the dormitory or something? Yeah, the bunkhouse. And then the chapel. But notice out behind the reliquary, there's like a path leading out back. Let's see what Zelda wants. If it seems like this is going to be a quick or very interesting quest, I may not be able to help myself, and we might have to check it out before we cut for the day. Going on 7 o'clock here, but I mean, I really dig this game's world, so we may have to spend a little bit more time here.
Have you come to protest the mission as well? The news has spread to every village. It's on every tongue. We are so close. St. Odwig's cannot resist much longer. And once it relents, all others will follow in its wake.
MC says
The
cannot stop
throne
playing.
will be
Yeah, it's the best feeling to have. It really is. MC says must do one more quest. That's the thing. The world is fascinating. The characters seem, if not like exactly, groundbreaking in their writing or characterization, they seem pretty fleshed out. All of the quests seem distinct. It's
Father
easy to get
Dinro
lost
is
in this
denying
world.
That women can be ordained as members of the Order of Mitharu, despite scripture to the contrary.
Oh, good. He's
I
sexist
know
too.
That they've got the proof in their reliquary, an ancient ordination tome, but they've never let me close enough to get a glance. All are welcome into Mitharu's embrace.
And he's hiding the scripture that would allow women to be ordained. And I need to emphasize, the god that they're worshipping, Mitharu, if you remember, is the god of, both order and benevolence. It's a good god. Just a terrible, little group of clergy here.
Don't commit any crimes on my account. Of course, if Mitharu compels you to see justice
Time to go steal
done,
one of their relics.
I won't stand in your way. The Brothers of St. Odwig's perpetual mission keep the valuable tome in their reliquary, but no one outside the Order is allowed a glimpse.
Let's do this. We're gonna save real quick, because this is going to involve some sneaking, and don't know how difficult it's gonna be. Let's investigate the bunkhouse and chapel first. MC says, time to enact justice. Hell yeah. I mean, I hope I don't have to fight anyone, but, causing all of these guys to lose faith will be worth it. Oh, I see lots of chests upstairs. Of course, we don't mind stealing from these folks. Oop. So close. We will need more lockpicks at some point. Frostweave cowl? Oh, nice. We can sell that. Oh wait, we've also got the Selkie Veiled, haven't we? Oh, wait a minute. Compassion's really good. Plus 30% mana regeneration per second. Yikes. And plus 5. Okay, so it's a slight improvement. I see. Looks kind of interesting. We'll stick with the pensive robes for now, but the head. 15 mana regen per sec. Plus 4 mana. Ooh, lower costs, lots of opportunity to steal stuff. Doesn't look quite as cool, but that's alright. Well, no, the set bonuses, sorry, that extra mana is just too good. I'm a thief for justice. Lots of gold around, but remember, things are actually pretty expensive in this. The morning prayer. Okay, just something to grab if we're interested in some lore. Maybe later. Hey, Brother Egan. On drink. Oh, it's like a text on temperance. Right, that's pretty on brand. Well, what's in the basement? Oh, hello. Shard, hilt for blacksmithing, sativa fibers. All good stuff. Books of Mitharu, which we don't need. Gold. 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 See, Thor, that's how it's done.
Welcome back.
Gallows End. Is that one of the areas or zones added for the DLC? Let's take a look at our map when we get out here. I'm curious. Oh, and I mentioned earlier, like, which society is dominant in what zone. The smaller, like, kind of arid steppes to the south are ruled over mainly by the gnomes from Odessa. MC says Marvel is using the Lara model from Underworld. Really? Really? We've got confirmation of that. Yikes. Like, man, just try harder, you know? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the jawbone. Here it is. That's, for the pirate DLC, I think. Maybe. And the other one, like, set in the unknown continent, is over here. The Teeth of Naros. Right? That... Yes. Well, anything in the old chapel? MC says Tomb Raider Underworld had a better Thor than in Marvel. Yeah, Thor did not feel great. The Hulk felt awful, honestly. Thor did not feel great. Everybody else was fine, or even, like, good. Iron Man I actually had a lot of fun with. Black Widow was cool. Just, if only we had more to do with them, you know what I mean? This is Brother Mason.
I'm glad you are well.
The guy mentioned in the diary. We, found it. Totally didn't steal.
We almost lost him. He's a good soul, but young, foolish. He will learn in time.
He's not sinister
This
at
mission
all.
was founded to aid all those seeking Mitharu's divine order. There are others as well. St. Hadwin's is east of here, and St. Edric's is to the south.
I can only imagine the others are a
The men and
bit
women of Gorhart are good
more
people,
gentle than
but
these
I tend not
folks.
to socialize with them. Their concerns are their own, as are those of St. Odwig's. He is the authority, the great creator, the being of supreme order. All Almain claim him as their own. Of course, his wisdom
Like a
is
lawful
available
good
to all who
deity.
seek it.
Pretty standard. Also ripe for, like fundamentalism and zealotry.
Accusations border on heresy. Let one better watch her words, lest they coil back to bite her in the throat.
Well, I see some kind of secret path on my mini-map coiling behind you guys' compound.
Mitharu has led us to this
You are
hilltop for a
not,
reason. That is to
not
end
the
things
righteous
alongside
folks you claim to be.
kinship with chaos. These poor creatures crave order. Look around you. This whole forest is a shrine to nature.
Ah, right. Because the Fae are associated with, like, chaos, but usually kind of a chaotic good temperament.
Make yourself at home.
These folks would despise them. Hence their desire to convert them. Remember, all the time we spent here doing unique quests and things like that, we have not left, like, the second major zone of the game, like Little District. And there's scores of them in Dalentarth. Now, granted, this will move a bit faster once we, like, really get into the gameplay loop of find settlement, get quests, do quests, go back to settlement, turn in quests. But, a whole hell of a lot to do. This is easily going to be our longest stream series to date. And probably the longest one we do before the end of the year. Yeah, these load times could be better, I will say that. The load times, yeah, you could have worked on that. But, alright, Reliquary, let's steal some shit. We've got like a 2 in stealth, which for this early in the game honestly isn't awful. So we may be able to handle this. Oh, and there's quests here as well. Brother Till's collection. This locked bookshelf houses the collection of Brother Till, late scripture master of St. Odwig's perpetual mission. From the looks of the titles in the remaining books, Till's literary interests tended toward the lewd and lascivious. You may retrieve all the missing volumes and return them to the collection for a reward. It's like a collection quest, fine.
Explore the mission and introduce yourself to the brothers.
Gladly. I'll also steal most of the things in the mission that aren't nailed down. Thank you, Father.
Oh, I
Brother
didn't see you
Delph.
come in. I was reading
This is a
letter.
sagecraft altar,
Is
though,
there
for
anything
sorcery.
Can I never thought it would happen. They're coming. Even with everything
Oh,
else
he
going
must have
on in
sought
this village,
refuge
the Red
with the
Legion is
Order.
coming for me. I'll admit it. My past is a tapestry of drunkenness.
Or he's a
and
former
loose
bandit.
morals,
Either or.
women and wine. I'm not proud of it. I couldn't have gotten where I am without making mistakes. The people here are kind, yet suspicious. They believe the mission harbors secrets, and they're
Oh, notice
right.
that our little shield is still
Filled the hunger
active.
I was hoping to sate with wine, women, anything and everything. The mission gives my life.
So
meaning.
he's a good man for whom the Order actually does something.
I was not always the pious man you see before you. No, I was a scoundrel, a raider in the dreaded Red Legion, a gang of the notorious bandit Red the Dead Idward. But plunder could not sustain me. I wanted something more. It's all here in Red's letter. He demands we satisfy the blood right. 2 lives for 1. He'll let me go, but only if I kill the men who deserted with me. But I cannot. I could hand myself over.
Isn't there another way?
The choice is to kill the men who left with me. I can't do that. I'm not
I'll
the
take
man
care
I
of it
used to be.
somehow.
I do.
Hopefully it
what I
won't
must.
involve killing.
I only hope Ugnar and Itran will forgive me. Ugnar works in Gorhart village.
Again, the
Itran holds
eyes. The
ruins
eyes on
in
these
Axe.
character models freak out
Still
quite a lot.
Struggling with his demons. Be on your guard. I fear they will likely come for me as well. When it's finished, take their daggers and bring them to Red Edward. He will demand proof. Take mine to start. Good luck, my friend. May Mitharu bless you. It is a sacrament of the Red Legion. When you commit a crime, you must pay a penance. Surrender your life. Or the
So where on
lives of
earth
2
is
others.
Red going to be headquartered? Like, deep in the forest? Or is this going to be... Is he going to be pretty close nearby? Like, is the Red Legion a long-term
Ugnar
or
could always
short-term
be
enemy?
found by Red's side. Red's right
Not
hand.
entirely sure.
But beneath his brutal exterior, Itran, however, rivals only Red Idward in his bloodlust. They say he was
Love the
once a
little
just
loony
power,
animation. It
which
fits the
expelled for
dialogue so well.
brutality. His devotion to his god Enadon is fanatical. I fought under Red for years, yet I know nothing of him. I do know this. He will do... Ugnar works for
Alright,
the
where
inn at
exactly?
Gorhart. Itran has taken to calling himself the Shade. Farewell, my friend.
Alright, so one of them's here. That'll be pretty easy to deal with. Oh, look, it's a Boggart mask on the wall. That's interesting. Have we been able to see any of those anywhere else? Oh dear. What is this? Well, we've got chests to loot. And so we shall. Cowl, we can sell that. Wayfarer's Amulet of the Antivenin. Equip requirements are lower. Poison resistance. That's not bad. And White Flake. Nice. There's the text we want to steal. But anything else in here? Chakrams of Daybreak. That's really good as it happens. So we're going to go ahead and replace our current chakrams with them. Nice. Copper Talisman. Not quite as good as the one we have equipped. And then gauntlets we don't need. Let's go ahead and lift that tome. Well, first off, let's read it. Oh, we can't. There's got to be more to this, of course. But hey, maybe we'll get to send the mission packing. Or the leadership, anyway. Again, really hope we get a proper sequel to this game. Somehow, by some twist of fate. Ha ha ha. Pun not intended. Which, kind of improves on general quality of life issues, because as a baseline formula, this is friggin' outstanding.
Great Mitharu, you found the ordination tome. I'd give a sack of gold to see the look on Father Dinwell's. He will no longer be able to deny my entrance to the order. Mitharu does embrace all. Thank you.
MC says Kingdoms of
I won't
Amalur
need
2,
any
it's
gold
about
as a
time.
servant of Mitharu. Take what I have. It's yours. I will remember you in my prayers.
Oh, that's pretty simple, actually. Well, she seems like a community-minded reformer and might be able to make things better around here, so...
Greetings.
You know, good for her. Oh, this must be the first of the people we have to talk to about the,
Make it quick. I've got work
about the
to
knives.
do. Can't pay my debts with firewood. Not in Gorehart. Gorehart is an Elmain settlement, so you won't find too many Alfar here. They tend to stay close to Rathia, their city on the coast.
He was the decent sort, so we could probably just ask him for his knife. Or persuade him.
I'd rather not talk about it. My past is a murky place. It's better not to enter lest you wish to get lost
I can
there.
tell, because, like, he's emoting so clearly.
What do you know of the Red Legion? Whatever it is, forget it. You'll be safer, wiser, and better off in the end. Ignorance is bliss, my friend. Suits my needs just fine. It's remote, away from the shadows of the Crystal Wall. It's also quiet.
MCS, what'll happen if you follow that sister? Probably nothing, honestly, given the way this game's quest structure works. We might have another quest with them later on.
Peace between mortals and the Fae is a passing one. They will always see us as occupiers of this land. We borrow what can never be given. Those fools in that mission on the hill are wasting their days. Creatures of such power do not worship gods. They are gods. If there was ever a reason to believe that Fae and mortals cannot live together, it is this strange and brutal
oddly
war.
articulate for a former
The
raider,
Alpha
isn't
fight
it?
without any true knowledge of the enemy they face. I've seen this kind of conflict before and it never ends well. I knew it was only a matter of time, and I'm not surprised. Delph will do anything to save his own heart. If you want to collect my dagger, you'll have to fight me for it. Steel for steel. I used to be quite a scrapper. Didn't
We're
Delph
gonna try
tell
to
you
get this
that?
without a fight.
Edward knows where I am. When he shows up, the only
MC
thing that
says
keep
he
me
stole
from
a lot
death
of
is still
books.
having this knife.
We're following in his footsteps then.
You're right. I've spent years.
There
trying
we
to
go.
bury my
Persuasion
past,
succeeded.
Hoping to wash away my sins with an honest day's work. If I took the blood right, Red would owe me once more. Take my dagger. Tell him I'm dead. For the Agnar Odgrey you once knew is truly gone.
It's a pretty well-written little encounter.
Their goal is
Nice.
to convince the Fae of their folly. But one cannot reason with the sunrise, ask the wind to cease
Seriously,
its
I
chill.
love how, like,
You should
strikingly
speak with them if you haven't
erudite
already.
this
They are
gruff-voiced
some
bandit
Their
is.
numbers dwindle.
Hey, Ed
Men
Banger, welcome to the
forsake
stream.
their
We're
faith
about to
and
sign off
disappear
in just
into
a
the
minute,
woods.
but glad you could drop by.
This is folly. You know that.
Right, so what are we left with, ultimately, for the future? Well, we have to get Medgar's dagger. Where is Medgar, by the way? Oh, over there. Never mind. So I'm going to move us on to the gates of the House of Ballads, and that will do it for today. You guys are really gonna like this place, I think. I know I do. Yeah, Headbanger, it's a shame, man, but if you catch us probably tomorrow, tomorrow evening, your time, we should be live with more Amalur. I think I'm going to hold off on Ghost of Tsushima and just power my way through this, because I'm having a really great time. Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but this was my first day. I actually had a chance to stream again, and it was absolutely lovely. It's a really good game, by the way. I've been having a wonderful time. It's the perfect kind of game to unwind with when you're otherwise having to deal with Crash. Real quick, hold on, I'm just going to go into my options. Yeah, and MC says it just means you have a whole VOD to watch. Very true. It will be available just as soon as we're done here. Where's that bit about tutorials? Off. Thank you. Yeah, you will have like 4.5 hours of tutorial to watch. I do like that all of the boggart loot is like wooden gear, ostensibly like crafted from them.
Ugh, finally, someone that looks like they could stand up to a moderate breeze.
Oh,
There's
she's
need
tied to
for
one
an
of the
adventurer
DLC
such
quest
as
lines.
yourself. Me and a crew are mounting an expedition to a new land, south of here. Halleck's brainchild, if you can believe it. I don't share his optimism about the loot we'll find, but if we get only a fraction of it... Made a living pillaging the ruins of old places like Talarain. Robbing the dead tastes better than stealing from the living. I'm a good enough thief. Never once been caught. Still have all my fingers, or didn't you notice?
It's like she didn't know, or the voice actress didn't know whether to go for an English or a Scandinavian accent, and just kind of split
Well,
the
I know there
difference.
aren't much women way out here, but let's stop all the attention, shall we? It's a touch embarrassing. The name's enough to put most explorers off. Bugger them, I say. Just less competition. Besides, what's in a name? I spent 2 years trying to make a fortune in a land called the Painted Orsks. Never did find out what an Orsk was. Clever and strong, I see. It's as I said. We're going to the teeth of Naros, the land south of Dalentarth. If you want more information,
Like a mysterious
seek Halleck
continent.
Cross. He's leading us. We're camped beyond Ettenmere.
Oh, Ettenmere, that's the swamp. Joy. Alright, take care. Thank you for the DLC quest line.
Don't bother me.
Oh, and another quest. Okay.
Help me! Other two legs are cruel. They
What
will
on
not
earth?
help. No! I am cast.
Is he a lichen or something?
A pack of two legs gave me this name, but they would not give me help.
Yeah, he's got to be a werewolf or something.
They hit me and drove me away, just for eating their tasty meat birds. But what did I do wrong?
And she says exclamation point everywhere. I know. I love it. It's a beautiful, beautiful sight.
This is good for the hunt. This wood of smell and shadow. As a two-legged
So this area, instead of like a beautiful little forested glade, is a very dark, shrouded forest.
It is agony. Hunters like me, two legs. Their blades are their teeth, and they fight for their kin until the last breath. I was cursed by 3 sprites who were bored. Had I
Oh, so we may have to track down the sprites.
claws,
Right.
I would shred them like meat. But my brothers and sisters think
A lot of
me
sprites
but
have
another two-legs
elemental
now,
affinity, I think.
and will not suffer my approach.
Oh no, he was a wolf who was bound into a human form. A reverse lichen, I see.
Your two-leg life is unbearable, like these strange things called pants. How do you tolerate them? You must mean the fair folk, yes? They are north of here, deep under the shade of Yolvan. Their smell.
Yep, and just as soon as we get to their stronghold, we are cutting it.
You believe me? Many think I am just another two-legs. They are wrong. I am a wolf, cursed to wear this shape by evil
Couldn't tell.
sprites
Had no
as
idea.
Some cruel
Excellent
game.
acting, sir.
I still have wolf thoughts in my head, but two-leg bodies are so clumsy they can't even catch dumb meat birds. I must be changed. The sprites are near. Even now I smell them, but I cannot fight.
Yeah, sure. I'll fight the sprites.
Help, two legs. Thank you, two legs. But the task will not be easy. I need water from a magic well, guarded by the sprites.
This
that
wolf
curse
sure
them.
knows a lot, doesn't he?
Be warned, the sprites have much magic, for the well they guard is older than this wood, and from that they draw.
So they're like mini bosses,
power.
right? We can take them.
Their pack is small,
but they are each powerful. Were I a wolf, they could not best me.
Right, okay.
This is a black pool.
Looking forward to seeing this well tomorrow, of course, but...
It used to wander throughout this corner of the wood until the sprites ensnared it.
Oh, the well is like a living, natural creature.
Sprites guard the well, which is near the river to the north.
Right, gotcha. Thank you. Red in tooth and claw. MC says, good thing quest givers have encyclopedic knowledge of what to do. Well, I mean, I guess wolves would know the natural forces of this area inside and out. So I'll accept that. Also notice that now that we're in this area, away from, like, mortal civilization, we see lots of bridges and other architecture that is Fey in design. Let's go ahead and grab the fast travel point for Gorgoath here. I think that might be a House of Ballads quest. Or quest area. Oh, we got lizards. Or bar guests? No, we've got, like, werewolves, essentially. Let's see how you like this. There we go. Oh geez. Oh, we've got another ragdoll. Lovely. Absolutely adore these, you know. Oh, and he is stuck in there, but good. Of course, there'll be plenty to explore in this zone, this massive, massive zone, tomorrow. But for now, just want to get you to the gates of the House of Ballads. Which should be right up here. Ooh. Oh, perfect. Nice. Stealing longsword, gold coins. Sure, we'll take both. Yep, it's that structure in the background. Have a look at this, huh? Gorgeous, eh? And yeah, all of the Summer Court affiliated areas have similarly stunning aesthetics. This is a place we're going to be seeing a whole hell of a lot of for the time being, for the next couple of streams. This is the first and easiest quest line to access, and also the easiest to complete. We'll be back tomorrow with an exploration of the House of Ballads and of Odorath as a whole. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. It has been such a pleasure getting back to all of you. I hope you've enjoyed this chill stream. We are probably going to have a fair few more in the future. So until then, until sometime tomorrow evening, your time probably, have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you, and take care. Bye-bye.